not to talk more about the negative aspects of biodiversity loss, but good to notice and take into account that as well. But this webinar is also going to showcase the diversity of both amphibians and reptiles in the Indian subcontinent. We have two eminent speakers for today, both scientists, the cadre of the Zoological Survey of India, the premier organization under the government of India that documents the diversity of fauna in the country. I am privileged to be the organizing secretary of this webinar. We are happy that we have reached out to participants in different parts of the country, around 250 registered participants from across around 10 different states and union territories. We have received presentations for both oral and poster, around 16 for oral presentations and 17 for the poster presentation, most of which is to encourage undergraduate students, if not their research, but present review topics, and we have called it as info posters. I'm thankful to the scientists who have agreed to be the speakers for the webinar, the participants, and the presenters who are willing to share their knowledge related to herpetology in this webinar. I must place on record the gratitude to the management of St. Joseph's College, which has always supported in organizing such initiatives in the college. I am thankful to Father Principal Dr. Victor Lobo, and also our chief guest, the registrar, Dr. Melvin Colasso, who has readily agreed to be the chief guest for today's program. I'm thankful to the staff members of the Department of Zoology, the HOD, and all my colleagues in the department, without whose help it would not be possible to organize so many events at national level. I am very much thankful to my core team of this webinar. We encourage students from Natural Science Association, more so in Joseph's. I am thankful to Rakshit, Basil, Selvapriya, and Andrea, who have worked day and night in bringing out the brochure, the abstract book, and connecting to different people in organizing this webinar. With this note, I'm now inviting our chief guest, my teacher, Dr. Melvin Colasso, to render his address. Sir, over to you.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, participants, and the organizers of today's national webinar. I am delighted to be in your midst, and I congratulate you for this meaningful program. As I was pondering over the topic of today's seminar, I couldn't help but wonder what the perception of the world is of the creatures we are here to talk about. We live in a world where most of us are fascinated by visually appealing wildlife, a colorful dancing peacock, a majestic Bengal tiger, a laughing kookaburra. The sights and sounds of the natural world are alluring. However, the sight of a slithering snake makes many of us shrink with fear, and an aversion towards lizards causes some to have a severe emotional reaction or even nausea. We mostly associate reptiles like snakes and lizards with venom. There isn't much awareness about how the role of amphibians and reptiles is valuable in global ecology, especially because amphibians are often very sensitive to environmental changes, due to which they offer a visible warning to humans that significant changes are taking place. Although globally, India might still be looked at as the land of snake charmers, there is a pressing need to be aware of the difference between defending oneself from such creatures and malignantly harming them. As a teacher of chemistry, I understand that ecology depends on the chemistry of the environment and organisms. I support the conservation of all living species, and this seminar on herpetology is a welcome initiative towards educating the people of India about India and its environment. I truly hope that as students and as human beings particularly, we rise above considering such creatures as yucky or killers, but rather begin to appreciate their beauty and diversity. I'm sure the interesting topics chosen by you will surely help in diffusing many myths about these creatures that are indicators of overall environmental status. It is encouraging to witness such programs and the involvement of such learned scientists. I hope you are able to bring forth many such informative and useful events in the future. I congratulate the Natural Students Association and the office bearers for organizing a program this evening. Thank you and wish you all the success for this event. Good evening.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest and also addressing the audience. Uh, we are now moving on to the next event. This is a tribute to one of Bangalore's renowned animal rescuer, snake rescuer, Professor Rahmat Attas, former faculty from the Alamein College, uh, a prominent member of the Zoology Teachers Association in Bangalore. And Sir has been associated with St. Joseph's College, being part of the Board of Studies member and as examiner during the practical exams. And Sir is an inspiration to many students who wish to pursue their career in herpetology. He was a guiding spirit. Unfortunately, with the pandemic uh, that has evaded all the entire globe, we lost Sir Professor Rahmat Attas this year. In order to remember his contributions to the field of herpetology, his contribution to zoological science, we thought to pay our tribute during this webinar. And we are thankful to the family members of Professor Attas who have agreed to be part of this program. Sir's elder son, Ayman, has joined us, and also to share his Sir's memory with us. We will also be joined by two former head of the departments of the Department of Zoology, Professor Geeta Vishwanathan and Professor Mary Roberts, both of whom were close friends of Professor Attas. We will also hear from them the memories associated with Professor Rahmat Attas. I would wish to invite Professor Geeta Vishwanathan. Ma'am, if you can hear.
Yes, I can hear.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us in this webinar. Please go ahead in sharing your thoughts about Attas, sir.
Okay, thank you, Shailendra. Greetings to all. I really do not know how to express my tribute because I know him not as a friend, not as a colleague, not as the principal of Alamein, or not as a zoology person who is associated with the Bangalore University, or nor I know him as my PhD student who worked on snakes for his PhD thesis. But I know him only as an excellent human being. He was the best friend to everyone, down to earth person. So that is what I remember. And I just have to share, because today is the herpetology thing. Yes, he is holding a owl and standing there in front of you in the photograph. But he doesn't, I can't say that he only loves owl or snakes. He loves human and animals, everyone equally. And he had a special soft corner for, snakes. He had a special soft corner for snakes. So we have to say that what is the special soft corner for him on snakes? He wanted to do his PhD. He told me, I want to register under you for PhD. So we both started referring to the literature on snakes. Snakes, 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 snakes. And finally, we got a reference saying that the venom of the snake has a small percentage of dopamine, which is actually produced in the ventral part of our brain, and it is necessary for our healthy living. The absence of that will cause a disease called Parkinson's disease. So we decided that we will try to harvest and milk the poison and find out the biochemical assay and isolate dopamine if we can, and test on various organisms. And we can recommend for pharmaceutical use by for the Parkinson's patient. So this was our main idea. With that, he had some pet cobras at home and he started working on it. Amazingly, we got isolated some percentage of dopamine, and we do tested on the fish system, and then we did histopathological studies too. When we were referring to the literature, we also came to know that the snakes forget to produce poison when they listen to the makuti music. That is, the snake charmers use a special instrument and sing a special musical raga called Punagavarali. So we wanted to test that whether it is true or not. And we did a partial testing on it. Amazing. When the snakes listen to that, they forget to produce poison. The venom glands stop producing poison. Instead, only the salivary amylase was available when we extracted the poison from the person's gland. So this was his contribution through the PhD work to the zoological society or to the world of animal kingdom. I really remember the way we ran out and crystallized and did all that in the middle of so many work that we had from Bangalore University. Those days, Bangalore University had 47 colleges with so many students doing science, pure science, that is basic science. And we were running up and down, and it was really a great work. And I'm sure this work will be remembered by the animal lovers in the world, animal kingdom, and all of us. He's gone deep into our heart and mind. So nobody can erase his memory. He is eternally with us. All of us have to die. But he just reached the Lord quicker, because always there is a saying, good people reach God faster. So that indicates the goodness of him. He reached earlier and all of us in the queue. That's it. But nobody can match with his friendship, the relationship that he had with all the colleagues. Never come across with anybody who is saying something negative about him. So God bless you all. This is my tribute to my dear friend Atas. He's just physically out of this world, but he is eternally with us, and he will remain with all of us in the mind, in the heart, and along with the animal kingdom, as long as the earth is rotating in its axis. Okay, thank you, my dear all. God bless you all. Thank you, Jaishankar.
Thank you, ma'am, for you paying tributes to the contributions of Professor Amatatas. We now have with us Professor Mary Roberts, also former HOD, Department of Zoology. Uh, Madam, if you can hear us.
Yes, yes, Jaishankar.
Yes, madam. Please go
Jaishankar,
ahead.
can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jaishankar?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we can hear. Please go ahead in paying your tributes.
Good evening, everybody. Congratulations, NSA Department of Zoology, Professor Shokumar HOD Zoology, Dr. Jaishankar and team for organizing this webinar on herpetology. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak about our dear Professor Rahmat Atas. Dr. Atas was my MSc classmate. We studied zoology at Nanbarti Kengeri, Bangalore University. He was very, very studious, intelligent, and hardworking. He was an excellent human being, as Geeta ma'am said, treated everybody with respect, and he was always there in times of difficulty. I can narrate any number of examples, even during the college days and even during the college, when he was in the service. Very rarely we meet people like Dr. Atas. He was an amazing teacher. He taught zoology at Alamein College. He was HOD of the department and he taught the subject with love and dedication. Later, he became the principal of the college. His classes were inspiring and very, very practical. An amazing teacher, loved by his students, not only by his students, his colleagues also. He is an excellent researcher. His love for animals, especially snakes, is well known to all. He was a great herpetologist involved in rescuing and protecting snakes. He used to share interesting stories about his snake capture and rescue. He studied their behavior, physiology, and venom characteristics. He was involved in isolating the women, extracting the venom, and then crystallizing it and using it as medicine. He conducted many programs on snakes even in our college, and the students were mesmerized by the way he handled the snakes. Dr. Atas was our BOS member involved in our curriculum. He was part of our environmental science syllabus. He was our subject expert and was there for almost all the practical examinations. It is very unfortunate that he is not with us now. May God give him eternal rest and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts. Uh, I too wish to share uh, my experiences about being Professor Ramat Atas' student, though not directly through the college, but the compulsion of scoring high during the pre-university exams puts you into tuition centers. That's when I joined Alpha Academy, which was, I later realized, headed by Professor Ramat Atas. Biology was made interesting during those sessions. And more than the practical teaching that he did, what was interesting is the love and passion that Sir showed towards the subject. And it was also an interesting thing that a tuition center would be doing is that Sir organized a visit. He took all of us in the tuition center to the GKVK Krishi Mela that happens every year, that just concluded recently also. And to show about the different breeds of cattle and uh, birds that were displayed. So that was totally a different experience, that it's not teaching biology within four walls, but also to give that exposure to students. I took cue from there that most of the activities that we do through NSA or other field visits have their roots taken from those visits that Sir took us. And after my education, when I started my teaching career in the Indian Academy Degree College, it was a pleasant surprise to see Atta Sir as the external examiner. And that was my first duty as examiner. And it was a privilege to sit next to your teacher, being the external examiner. And then on, when I joined St. Joseph's, the first thing I did when I was put in charge of the National Science Association in 2007, to inauguration, the first name that came to my mind was Atta Sir. And I reached out to Sir, and Sir readily agreed to be the chief guest for the Natural Science Association inauguration in 2007. He was talking, and then he asked his assistants to bring something from his car that he had parked out. Now, this happened in the Xavier Hall that time. And interestingly, a box came that had all non-venomous snakes that students can handle. Now it is a different thing that you're not permitted to do such activities. But this was a time when such educational outreach was permitted. And it was, as Mary ma'am said, mesmerizing. Students were literally mesmerized to this snake charmers talk and approach. Awareness about rescuing snakes and also understanding the biology of the herpetofauna. Again, in 2016 is when we again invited Atta Sir for the inauguration. He readily accepted. He was in constant touch with our department, and any kind of internship or project work that students wish to do with herpetology or snakes, we would reach out to Sir. I had this privilege also visiting his residence. And in the third floor, he had dedicated a space for those animals that were injured. So he was attending, taking care of those animals and releasing them into safe locations once those injured animals recovered. That's the owl photo that I have displayed in the PowerPoint presentation when I visited Sir's house. These are some pleasant experiences that I had. And as Geeta ma'am rightly said, Sir was a good human being, a very good friend, and that surely will not come across anybody who would speak anything negative or tell anything negative about Professor Ramatattas. He also invited me later to be one of the speaker for a seminar that he organized in Alamein College for his students. So he was this proactive, motivating teacher, inspiring many generation of students. Also, interestingly, he invited me to give some lectures in the same Alpha Academy where I joined as a student during my PUC days. And coincidentally, one of the students sitting there was Mr. Ayman, the elder son of Atta Sir. And now we also have Ayman joining us. Thank you, Ayman, for joining in this event, paying tribute to Atta Sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Now,
Shankar. Thank you.
over to you to share your experiences. We have seen Sir in the outside world as a teacher, motivator, a rescuer. Your experiences and thoughts about Sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Jaishankar for this whole for this tribute. I think it's a really wonderful gesture, and we're very overwhelmed. I have my mother has unfortunately not been able to join this because she's just late because of some traffic that she's coming back from work right now. I'll just speak on behalf of my whole family. I'd like to thank all of you for these really nice words, and we are all very overwhelmed with the kind gesture. Speaking about my father, I mean, definitely he was an extremely passionate teacher. I think that's the first thing that comes to my mind because he has been my teacher as well when I was studying biology in my PUC, and After that, I did engineering and MBA, but he taught me biology when I was in PUC, and he, unbiased opinion, I feel he is the most wholesome teacher that I've met, because he had the quality of inspiring people who he would teach to do things beyond just his subject, you know. And the way he approached his subject would be really application led and simplified, so that students, brilliant or not so sharp, would be able to grasp what he would teach. It was an amazing quality which I would always, now I'm working as a manager in another company. I still emulate those qualities of simplifying things and speaking the language of the person who would understand it. I think that quality of him as a teacher, I feel like I think that's something that I loved. But as a father, uh, most people would imagine that, you know, coming from where both my parents are teachers, my mother is a lecturer, my father was a professor. Uh, they would have been really hard taskmasters with regard to, you know, getting the best marks, being the first five ranks in the class. But honestly, the way he approached as a parent, he never asked me or my brother for our marks. uh, he would say that I saw you put an effort. Did you give your 100%? I said, yeah, I put a lot of effort and I've got these marks. He said, it's okay. You put your 100%, you passed. We're more than happy. I think that is something that really used to surprise me. Where, as a teacher, he was not bothered about marks. He would only ask me, have you put in your effort, honest effort? You know, did you give your 100%? I think that is something that I think I will carry forward, and I really endorse it for everybody I meet, okay, because efforts are most important. And another trait that my father always inculcated in us is, you know, great morals and great ethics over great religion. He always said it's important for you to be an asset to society. You should. Sorry, somebody's saying they're not able to hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just okay. I'll continue. I'm sorry. I hope I'm audible. Okay. So I was just saying that you know, he always stressed on the importance of, you know, good ethics and good morals, and I think that's so relevant in our society today, that, you know, ethics and morals have to take precedence over anything else. And that is what I hold in really high regard. Me and my brother, we remember him every day, every moment, and it's really overwhelming, and it's shocking that he's not there with us anymore. But he still lives with us, you know, with the way he used to conduct himself with people. You know, every day we get people at our house, you know, ranging from the chicken shop owner to the vegetable vendor to, you know, really wealthy people to businessmen, who all speak the same language about my father, because even the carpenter has eaten food on our dining table, and even a very affluent person has eaten food on our dining table. And I think that those qualities of his are something that I would endorse, and I would, you know, try to live by. And I think that is the best tribute and prayer that I can send back to my father. And I would like to thank everybody for this opportunity and this forum. And yeah, I think it's only our prayers and our deeds that we can send back to him. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayman, for being here and sharing your thoughts about Atas, the personal perspective. We all share the grief with you uh, in losing such a wonderful person. This pandemic, in a way, has been cruel, uh, that so many lives have been lost. And but again, as Geeta ma'am also mentioned, they have reached more faster and quicker to the Almighty. So with this, we are moving on to the next event on the lecture for today. Before that, if you had noticed the image that I had shared, what Geeta ma'am was telling about handling snakes, this is what happens with sometimes with researchers. That Sir had his thumb injured in one such incident. So, but that didn't deter him. And that is a point that he used to always share in his talks, of going ahead and continuing to motivate people, and that such obstacles serve in a way as experiences and lessons to carry on. So that is what struck to our mind, and I thought that this is a right event, a proper forum to pay tribute to Professor Hermetatas, a wonderful human being and an excellent teacher. I'm thankful to both Professor Geeta Vishwanathan and also Professor Mary Roberts, who were also my teachers in St. Joseph's College. Wonderful human beings again, excellent teachers also, motivators in their form and approach. So thank you, both of you, ma'am, Professor Geeta Vishwanathan and Professor Mary Roberts, for being part of this tribute paid to Professor Ramatatas.
Thank you, Dr. Jaishankar.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Okay, as I said, with that good note, that sir is there uh, in amongst the students through his teaching that he has reached to. I place on record thanks, Ayman, for joining us and sharing your thoughts. Uh, we understand Madam could not join, but please do convey our regards and stay connected in whatever initiatives that we take further. In this forum, in this webinar, we are also announcing, like we have launched the Forum for Bird Watchers during our National Conference on Diversity and Distribution of Indian Birds. We are launching the Herpetology Club, which will document herpetofauna. This will be an initiative of the students of the National Science Association and also the crowd here, students here in St. Joseph's College. So with that note, we will now move on to the next part of today's webinar, is the keynote address by Dr. K P Dinesh, Scientist D from the Zoological Survey of India, the Western Regional Center in Pune. I would like to call upon Dr. Putul Banerjee, Assistant Professor, Department of Zoology, to introduce Dr. K P Dinesh. Over to you, Dr. Putul.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes.
It is my proud privilege to introduce Dr. KP Dinesh. Dr. KP Dinesh is presently Scientist D in the Zoological Survey of India, Western Regional Center, Pune. He started his research journey with a PhD from Kuvempu University on the subject morphological, biochemical, and molecular characterization of Ethiopian Arabica coffee germplasm in India. He is involved in several research and academic programs with his fields of interest being amphibian taxonomy, systematics, molecular phylogenetics, molecular phylogeography, evolutionary biology, and plantation research, specifically coffee. He was involved in the discovery of a new subfamily, Astrobatrachini, a new genus, Astrobatrachus, and 47 new species of amphibians, which includes 3 caecilians and 43 frogs, and a new species of fish. He is also involved in the generation of about 168 gene sequences of the mitochondrial 16S rRNA, COI, and nuclear tyrosinase, which are deposited in the NCBI database. And yet another 150 gene sequences is in the process of submission. He has been appointed as the expert for amphibian data from 2014 to 16 for contribution to the status of baseline data in bioresources of Karnataka state by the Karnataka Biodiversity Board. He has been awarded with High Performance Award for the year 2011 by the Zoological Survey of India. He has published several articles and books on the subject and has also delivered many presentations and workshops at various institutions. I extend my warm welcome to Dr. Dinesh. Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I hope I'm audible to you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jaishankar, for providing an opportunity to talk before the students, experts, teachers, with the due respect to all the seniors and dignitaries available here, and with the due honor and respect to Professor Rahmat Atas, I'll be talking upon amphibian diversity and their conservation status in India as a part of your herpetology webinar. Please note that in earlier days, herpetology means it include both amphibians and reptiles. In modern world, it has been divided. Now, like amphibian thing has gone into metricology, and herpetology is more focused towards reptiles. And tomorrow, my colleague will be talking more about reptiles. So, with this, I'll be taking exactly 1 hour, like not more than 1 hour. Please stay with me. I'll be like taking you all through the basic definitions of amphibians, importance of amphibians in general, their importance in biodiversity and wildlife conservation studies, knowns and the unknowns when we attempt to study amphibians in the environment, shortfalls and their interaction, basically biodiversity. What happens when we try to understand the species diversities in the ecosystems, and what do we exactly mean by species, like what is there in the name, and what are the species concepts which drives these species, or how, why scientists are fighting upon this naming procedures and all, and basic definitions about taxonomy and how taxonomists go about the taxonomy. And I'll be more focusing about diversity of amphibians in India with respect to the those families across the world. So, and what is the amphibian conservation status in India? So before I proceed to the crux of my talk, I would like to put some disclaimers. If power goes off or any problem with the internet connection, please stay with me till I get back. Like I don't take more than 5 minutes because I'm sitting in an odd place. I don't know. So wherever I say evolution, please read it as biological evolution. I'll not be talking much about any character evolution here. Wherever I use the divergence time, they are almost all the cases estimates. They are not exact numbers. Let us not debate more upon those things. And all the terminologies used, photographies depicted, are purely for scientific discussion. Don't take them in another way. And I request you all not to publish any of the presentation contents in any social and public platform. Many are like taken from web sources, from research reprints, and many are like unpublished data also. So with this, like, let us start with the basic definition. What are amphibians? You all know very well, but still it is my duty to say like this. Amphibia terminology comes from the Greek word meaning like amphi means to, bian means leading a double. Basically, amphibians require both land and water to complete their life cycle. This is what the definition of amphibia means. So amphibians include tailless and legged frogs, legged and tailed salamanders, tailed legless caecilians. So all these three constitutes amphibians, and these amphibians are considered to be living vertebrate connecting link between water and land. That is why they have all preliminary body-based plan also. See, now we are living in a very commercial world. Everybody asks, why should we study this, or why should we do this, why should we know this, and all. So let us start things from the applied aspects only. So what are the importance of amphibians? As you all know, amphibians play a very major role in the food web. They are both prey and predator. they act as both prey and predator. They prey upon they predate upon lots of insects, and they themselves are the prey to higher animals like snakes and birds. And they are all like considered as friends to farmers. So there is a study stating that in one active 1 year activity period, a frog eats its own weight of insects. That is the potential of amphibians or like frogs. So that's why they are considered as friends of farmers. And some of the carnivorous tadpoles are known to eat aquatic larvae which are available in the water. That could be one of the reason. Like in many places now, you can see the outburst of mosquito-related diseases like chikungunya, dengue, and all those things. Much of the studies are yet to happen. And lots of research are being done on antimicrobial peptides. As you know, like amphibian skin is soft and moist. Because of moisture and softness, it attracts lots of fungi. So just to evade or keep away the fungi, these frogs or amphibians produce lots of antimicrobial peptides. So research are being done to utilize those antimicrobial peptides for the betterment of human society also. And you all are aware about poison arrow dart frog. Lots of research is being done on utility of these poisons in human medicine, like painkillers and all. And here you can see that there is one Rana temporaria. So this frog is known to tolerating the freezeness. Basically, they have anti-freezing tolerant frogs. So most of the time they do hibernate down below the ice sheets. Whenever the congenial environment comes, they just come out and they get activated. So people are trying to extract that anti-freezing genes so that that can be utilized for storage of human organs. You all are aware that many a time, just to transport human organs from one place to other place, they do lots of exercise like zero traffic. Like basically they'll be racing with time. So if scientists can get succeeded in getting these anti-freezing tolerant genes, so organ transplantation would be very much easier, and there are chances of storing the organs for longer period also. Let us hope for the best. And you can see here there is something called see-through frogs. So scientists from Japan have developed a genetically modified see-through frog. Now you are all aware, like earlier amphibians are used as a model system for lots of clinical trials. Now due to ethical committee issues and other things, there are lots of restrictions in usage of these creatures in doing clinical trials and all. For that sake, they have developed see-through frogs by looking at the glass frogs. So where everything can be seen from outside without sacrificing the animals. And also there are lots of research happening in regeneration of limbs. Salamanders are known for regeneration of an entire limb within 7 to 10 weeks. So if scientists can succeed in understanding this, they are planning to extrapolate the same phenomenon for human beings too. Let us see how best this can be achieved. And you are aware that like in olden days, frogs were being used for as a for testing the pregnancy test, but nowadays we are using ELISA kits for that. So the basic principle has been derived from frogs. And recent studies in China suggested that frogs, specifically toads can detect the seismic activity. This is one of the photos where before the 2008 earthquake in China, toads were like moving en masse across the roads. So for all these reasons, amphibians are considered as ecological indicators. So they are also like known as like canaries in coal mines. Like the bird canary, lots of mining people keep the bird in their coal mine just to it used to give alarm calls whenever there is accumulation of lots of carbon monoxide or like some toxic gases. So for this very reason, amphibians are considered as ecological indicators. Any changes happening in water, on land, and in air, these are the first organisms to get affected because they do live on land, they do live in water, and they do live in canopy. So this is the artistic reconstruction stating that if frogs goes extinct, we will be forced to live in the world dominated by insects. And we generally what we do when there are more insects, we start applying the pesticides. And at the end of the day, the same pesticides we'll be eating in terms of bioaccumulation. So this is a little bit about the economic importance of the applied aspects of the amphibian. So what has happened is like in the last 10, 20 years, lots of scope has been given for conservation of amphibians. What has happened is scientists started noting that there is a dramatic decline in amphibian population sector around the globe. I don't know, you guys might have been noticed by yourself, like in cities and hardly we see any frogs around. In our native place, basically I am from Western Ghats, I do feel like the population is coming down in sorry, our areas too. So this decline is considered a single largest mass extinction in the history of mankind, comparable only to the dinosaurs. The statistics say so. So when the study conducted in 2017, 5,743 species of amphibians were documented. To that date, 43% of the amphibian species were considered like to be declined, 32% as threatened, maybe like 120 plus considered to be extinct, and 23% were data deficient, and probably they could be endangered also. See, please note this study happened in 2017. That day, the amphibian species number was around 5,700, and today it is 8,400. So this data is very scary. This is like the decline is worse than birds, that where it is 12%, or in mammals it is 23%. So with this backdrop of having problems in the amphibian decline, let us go back to field and see why should we study amphibians. As like Jaishankar was telling, like ZSI's prime duty is to explore and document the fauna of the country, right? So let us see like how we do or what exactly we do here. So we try to document the biodiversity. It means biological diversity. So biodiversity is a term we use to describe the variety of life on Earth. It refers to the wide variety of ecosystems and living organisms. And biodiversity can be studied at different scales. In the larger scale, biodiversity can be studied at ecosystem level, so we call it as ecosystem diversity. And it can be studied at species level also, so we call it as species diversity. And within species, population diversity can be studied, and within population, genetic diversity can be studied. It all depends on the scale. So whatever we want to study, we need to have the name, or we need to know the name. That's why the first part of knowledge is getting the name right. At ZSI, this is what we do. First, we try to give the right name to the species, or like organism in question, so that it will be easy for the documentation. So just like assume yourself, where if we don't have a name, how to introduce? Suppose if just think of, I don't have a name, how an introducer would have introduced here. So there is a person sitting somewhere who will be talking to you. It's like very blank, right? So that's why the name is the crucial factor here. And see, first we have seen here like why to document the diversity or the biodiversity. Now lots of people talk about wildlife conservation. What is wildlife conservation? It's the practice of protecting animal species and their habitat. So conservation involves the species and its habitat. Habitat is the place where an organism lives. Now the question here is, how can we know that a species is in need of conservation if we don't even know that the species is there? First we need to understand is like, first we need to know like there is a species available there, right? Species means a name. But how can we know that a species is in need of conservation if the species hasn't even been described? Basically, when we go to field for documentation, there will be two scenarios. One, the species could be known, and species may not be known to the scientific community. So if it is known, we'll be having a name. If it is not known, then we need to coin a name. So once again, we'll be end up in the same problem. We need to have a name. That's why the first part of knowledge is getting the name right. So as I said, at ZSI, we document the biodiversity. So when we go to field for documenting the biodiversity, there will be two components, as I told, something what we know and something what we don't know. So this is what the knowledge is about. To know that we know what we know, and that we do not know what we do not know. This is the true knowledge. So here, there is a problem of knowledge here. So basically at ZSI, we are trying to build the biodiversity knowledge. And in science, ignorance refers to what we do not know. If classifying and understanding the known and discovering the unknown are the ultimate objectives of science, basically this is what we do at ZSI. Informed ignorance is a powerful research tool. Generally, we say like informed ignorance in the sense when we go to a location, when we go to a biodiversity hotspot, or when we go to a place, we say like we may not be knowing everything, we may be knowing something, and we'll be exploring the rest of the things. So conscious ignorance may help researchers identify the right question, avoid developing theories based on insufficient or misleading data, and ultimately direct scientific research towards significant advancement. This is how advancements are being made. as a, this is a little bit more scientific, but let us understand like there is some, there are problems in understanding the biology. It is not that straight. Like we straight away going documenting something and come on. So let us see what are those problems. So now this is the word of big data. So if you talk to IT people or most of these data analysts, they say like we need big data. I mean they want lots of data. So bring the big data. The data should be correct. So say the way these IT people work, we also work in the other way. Like when we go to field, there are a lot of data limitations. Those data limitations in biodiversity has been like called shortfalls. There are basically 7 shortfalls considered in the process of documenting biodiversity. So first is the lineage shortfall. Most of the species on Earth have not been described and catalogued. This concept can be extended to extinct species also. For the many known species, we may not be knowing the distribution range. That is what is known as Valesian shortfall. And there is something called Pristinian shortfall, Darwinian shortfall, Raukerian shortfall, Hutchinsonian shortfall, and Eltonian shortfall. So I'll be focusing more on lineage shortfall, Valesian shortfall, and Darwinian shortfall. Let us not go much deep into this. So when we go to field, when we go to environment or ecosystem, this is how the things are related. So lineage shortfall is the basic thing. That's what will give the more clarity about rest of the interactions happening in the ecosystem. Let us not go much detail here. We just try to understand that without taxonomy or without name, nothing can be done in the biodiversity study. So the knowledge, the resolution also, it happens this way. The more and more we know about the name, the more and more clarity we'll get in the other fields also. So coming back to the species, means the name. Since 1758, lots of definitions are being given for the species. So Linnaeus is the first person who attempted to describe the species. According to him, species are as many as were created in the beginning by the infinite. Later in 1859, Darwin tried to explain it in a way that like a species was similar in kind to grouping at lowest taxonomic level. He was more into an evolutionary thing. And Mayers gave a specific definition. A species is a group of actually or potentially interbreeding population that are reproductively isolated from other such groups. This is what we read in textbook. That is what we follow. Anybody who asks like what is a species, this is the definition we give. But at ZSI and at most of the taxonomies follow ICZN codes. International Commission for Zoological Nomenclature produces ICZN codes. So ICZN code says that species concepts originate in taxonomy, where the species is the basic rank of classification. It doesn't give any specific definition, but it says it is the basic rank of classification. Why? Because the there are more than 24 species concepts available, and most of these species concepts have their own theoretical advantages and disadvantages. Let us not debate more upon these things right now. So species definitions are made ad hoc, and thus adopting a pluralistic attitude. It is up to you which species concept you follow for doing your taxonomic research. Basically, see, I follow biological species concept, ecological species concept, evolutionary species concept, morphological species concept. That's why I call like clubbing all these things. I portray or I say myself like I'm an integrated taxonomic approach person. And species concepts have theoretical and practical strengths and weaknesses like other theories do have. So the basic definition of taxonomy is a sort of taxonomy because it sounds very simple, but it's very complicated when we try to follow it. And taxonomy is the science of naming, describing, and classifying organisms, and it includes all plants, animals, and microorganisms of the world. But all these systems have their own different codes followed by their own commission. So taxonomy can be studied at 3 levels: alpha taxonomy, beta taxonomy, and gamma taxonomy. Alpha taxonomy is a discipline of detecting, describing, and classifying new species as well as revising the classification of previously described species. So alpha taxonomy is very simple. Just like go, detect, describe, and classify them based on their similarity or whatever it is. The beta taxonomy is the level of taxonomy by which the arrangement of species in their natural system of categories is made. And in gamma taxonomy, it's a level of taxonomy which deals with the intraspecific variation and evolutionary sequences. So when we include alpha, beta, and gamma, it makes a holistic taxonomy. So you are all aware, like Carl Linnaeus is considered father of taxonomy. He is the person who provided binomial system of classification. That's why we call it as Linnaean system of classification. Also, where a scientific name is described by genus and species epithets. So all the names will be having 2 names. That is why it's called binomial nomenclature. The scientific name of human beings is Homo sapiens. So here also there are two names. The first part is called genus name or generic name, that is Homo. The species name is Homo sapiens, right? So here I have given one classification for the frog species recently described from Bangalore. We named it after the city Bangalore. So that species is known as Pirotheca Bangalore. And this classification can be analogically parallel, like how we define micrometer to kilometer. So when we start climbing a book, it's more like an hierarchy, right? That is why ICD-10 definition says the species is the lowest level of taxa. This entire ICD-10 code or ICD-10 is ruled by principles. So nomenclature is a naming tool, and nomenclature follows taxonomy, and taxonomy follows International Code for Zoological Nomenclature principles. There are 90 articles. These articles are ruled by 6 principles. Principle 1 is principle of binomial nomenclature, principle of priority, principle of coordination, principle for the principle of the first revisor, principle of the homonymy, principle of typification. And like recently, this meme has come in the Indian Express paper. So, all right, fellows researchers, we need to name this newly discovered species of frog. Like my collaborator who works in Bangalore, Deepak, discovered a frog, and with that frog, he came to me telling, "Sir, it looks a little bit different." So we did all the integrated taxonomic studies, and we thought like we'll name it after the city Bangalore. So we named it as Pirotheca Bangalore. And if any one of you is interested to understand these principles of taxonomy, these principles are available as codes in this ICD-10 website. And the provisions of these codes supersedes those of the previous editions with effect from January 2000. It's very complicated. That's why I explicitly have mentioned this. So before describing a species, one need to follow all these 6 principles. If something goes wrong within this principle, then the name of the species, there are chances of name of species getting invalid. Why do we need such complicated rules? If we don't have such rules, there will be lots of taxonomic inflation. In the sense, people may describe many hypothetical species. Like you see, lots of people in Kerala say like there are pygmy elephants available. So, but there is no proof to prove it. So tomorrow, like they may come out and give a name for this. And you all know about the story of Yeti, the story of mermaids, like this. So just to avoid all these hypothetical species, ICZN like International Code for Zoological Nomenclature proposes codes. So if anybody want to describe a species, they need to follow these codes. With this, we'll come back to our amphibian studies. So where are these amphibians found? And the global scale, amphibians are found almost everywhere in the world except Antarctica. Basically, in the 2 polar caps, we don't have much of this diversity. That's what this cartogram says. Till last year, amphibian diversity was below 450 species. In 2021, amphibian diversity in India has been increased. Now we are into like mega amphibian diversity rich country scale. So this is what the statistics says. Like as I said, globally around 8,300 amphibians have been documented, which includes around 7,300 frog species, around 760 salamander species, around 200 plus Sicilian species. In India, we have 454 species, of which 413 are end-run frogs, 2 species are salamanders, which are restricted to foothills of Himalayas, and 39 species of Sicilians are documented. In Western Ghats, almost 253 species, where 227 species of frogs. In Western Ghats, we don't have any salamanders, and there are 26 species of Sicilian. In Karnataka, around 102 species, 92 are frog species, there are no salamanders, and 10 species of Sicilian. And I should tell you one thing over here is like much of the diversity in Karnataka is underestimated because these numbers are more toward the forested region. In the non-forested regions of Karnataka, much of the work has not been done. That is the reflection of studies of Deepak. That's what like see. In the outskirts of the city, we had a frog that nobody has described. So it means it clearly says that those areas have not been worked out properly. Most of these numbers are not, most of these checklists are available in the following link. If anybody is interested, you can go through them. With this, let us start with the amphibian diversity studies in India. So the first family I am taking up is the family Pophonidae. Basically, these are toad species having warty rough skin. Globally, 629 species have been documented. As I said, this is a large and complicated taxonomic assemblage, and these are stereotypically toads with shortened fore and hind limbs used for walking or hopping. These are very common around the city areas, mostly cosmopolitan, except for the Australian, Madagascar, and ocean region. But recently, these toads have been introduced, specifically in Australia, where it is a menace now. It contains bush toads, rock toad, true toad, torrential water toads, and tree toads also. Vast majority of toads are terrestrial. They generally lay in long strings. They lay eggs in long strings in ponds or streams. See, even by natural history information also, these groups can be identified. In India, in the Indian map, I tried to show like where and all the species have been described from the Indian region. That's what the map represents. It is not a distribution. These are the type locality, or these are the localities from where new species were described in the country. The first amphibian, the first buffonid frog described from India was in 1799, and the latest being in 2016. There are 29 species of Buffonidae members have been described. Of the 29, 21 species are endemic to the Indian region. They are endemic to the Indian political boundary, and 8 species have their distribution range in the neighboring countries too. Among within this family, there are around 9 genera, of which like almost 5 genera are endemic to the Indian region. This Brithophrene is endemic to the island region. Bophoids endemic to the northeastern region. Lyra is endemic to the Western Ghat region, say like Karnataka and Kerala. Beduka is endemic to the Maharashtra region. The next family is Ceratobatrachidae. Globally, there are 102 species. These are commonly known as triangle frogs or dwarf mountain frogs. Distribution: Fiji, Admiralty, basically island regions of Papua Guinea, Philippines, northern Myanmar, even in northeastern India and adjacent to India-China borders. In India, only one genus has been documented, Luirana. 4 species have been reported. The first species described was in 1997, the latest being 2019. The third family I'm referring here is Dicroglossidae. Globally, 217 species. This is a large and complicated taxonomic assemblages, commonly called forked-tongue frogs or cricket frogs. So suppose if you guys move towards the periphery of Bangalore, you will be hearing the call in the evening, specifically in the post-monsoon season. So the call resembles like a cricket call, like insect cricket call. That's why these are commonly called as cricket frogs also. Globally, distribution is northwestern and sub-Saharan Africa, but with most genera and species being found in Asia. Predominantly aquatic, semi-terrestrial, and it's a very hardy group. That's why they do hold a wide distribution range. In India, around 80 species have already been documented. First species described in 1799, the latest one this year only that I have not included here. Among the 80, 47 species are endemic to the country. Endemic means you all know that they are nowhere available outside the region. Say like endemic to the country means they are available only in India. And 33 species share their distribution across the neighboring country border. Please note that in this group, there are no endemic genus available for the country, but there are also endemic species. That's why the distribution range is quite wide, and these are bit hardy species too. The next family I'm referring is Hylidae, 743 species, commonly called tree frogs or leaf frogs. Distribution worldwide with many species in North, Central, and South America, as well as Eurasia and Australopican region. It includes a diversity of frog species which are terrestrial or semi-aquatic. So from India, we have only one species reported, which has been like described outside the country, but having the distribution in northeastern region. So the species was described around 1870s. After that, no species have been described in this genus from the country. The next family I'm referring is Megophryidae, 287 species, commonly have elongated upper eyebrows and are thus known as Asian horn frogs or leaf litter frogs. The members of Megophryidae are generally cryptic frogs, often mimicking dead leaves on the forest floor. Distribution limited to South and Southeast Asia, extending through India, Pakistan, Southeast Asia, Borneo, Philippines, and Sunda Islands. As I said, Megafridae members in India are restricted to northeastern regions. Around 30 species have been documented from the country. The first species described was around 1855, the latest being in 2020. So here also there are no endemic genus or genera as such, but 18 species are endemic. 12 are having distribution across the neighboring countries, and it is one of the complicated uh, uh, group in terms of taxonomic studies. It's very difficult to identify them. And this is one of the frog. I took the shot from Namdapur Tiger Reserve in Arunachal Pradesh. It happened for me to visit that place during 2009, 2010. When I went there, I collected this animal, but due to the problem with the crypticity and all, I couldn't describe. And this species was recently described in around 2018 by my collaborators. The next family I'm referring is Micrixalidae, 24 species. First species described in 1853, the latest being in 2014. And this entire family is endemic to the Western Ghats. Outside Western Ghats, we don't have any members of this group. These are the diurnal frogs. Sorry, I forgot to mention that most of the amphibians are nocturnal in habit. Like in the sense, they are very active only in the night hours. Only this frog, the members of this frog, Micrixalidae, are active during the daytime. And as I said, entire family, like 24 species, are endemic to the Western Ghats. And these are found near the perennial streams of forest habitats and known for food flagging behavior. Suppose if any one of you say like, sir, I have seen this frog in my backyard, it's a clear indication that that area is a pristine environment, or it can be a forested environment. And in forest also, they are available only in the vicinity of perennial streams, not in the stagnant water or near the dam region. So these amphibians are very specific when it comes to their habitat preferences. The next family I'm referring is Microhylidae, around 721 species globally. Distribution North and South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, India, and Korea to northern Australian region. Commonly known as narrow-mouthed frog, and it is one of the geographically widespread family of frogs. See, the members of the Microhylidae and Dicrochlosidae are the very widespread group of frogs, which are a bit hardy also. In India, 31 species have been documented. Among the 31, 13 are endemic to the Indian political boundaries, and 18 species have their distribution across the neighboring countries. First species described in 1799, the latest in 2019. Among this, only like 2 genera are endemic to the Western Ghats region. One is Melanobatrachus, other one is Mysticillus. This frog also, this Mysticillus, we discovered this frog in 2012 or 2013, but before we describe, our collaborator describe this, so we narrowly missed the description of this frog. In spite of discovery, we couldn't establish scientifically earlier than our collaborators. The next family is Nasica. Only 2 species of frogs available. Entire family is restricted to Western Ghats. This adult frog was formally described in October 2003, but this taxon was recognized much earlier by its tadpole description in 1980. That day they have not given the name, but the tadpole has been described. See, this is the importance of the name. That's what I was referring why species names are so important. And the interesting thing is the closest relative of this frog lives in the Seychelles Island near Madagascar. So the discovery of this frog was considered once in a century find because this frog was described with the erection of a new family called Nasica, where the molecular dating study says that this frog might have evolved between 100 to 120 million years. So these lineages are so old. The ancestors of the present day living Nasica frog would have lived with dinosaurs. That is the importance of this frog group. And this is one of the frog I collected from Western Ghats, and we kept it in terrarium at Zoological Survey of India, Calicut Center, for studying its natural history behavior. Next family I'm referring here is Nyctibatrachidae, having 37 species. The entire family is endemic to India and Sri Lanka. And like Micrixalidae, the members of this frog are also found surrounding the perennial source of water. As I said before, if somebody comes back to me and say, like, sir, we have seen this Nyctibatrachid frog in the backyard of our house, it's a clear indication that that area is very pristine, or it could be a forested habitat. So very presence of these frogs defines the habitat. 37 species are documented under the genus Nyctibatrachus. All are endemic to the Western Ghats region. And what happened is, this is another interesting frog species called Astrobatrachus cruciana. We only discovered. So when we discovered this, we tentatively kept it under the family Nyctibatrachidae, but the recent study says that this belongs to a new family called Astrobatrachidae. So the story goes this way, like exactly in 2019, one of my collaborator friend first discovered this species in the field. Then we brought this back to the lab and we tried to identify ourselves, and it was like very bizarre. The only Indian frog having triangular digital tips. So it took lots of, like, almost 10 years of study for us to publish this in the scientific literature. So with multi-collaboration and multi-institute collaboration, we described, and this frog is also considered as living fossil. I forgot to mention you that this Nasicabatrachus and this Astrobatrachus, these are all considered living fossils because these are the ancient lineages which are not undergone any morphological changes for a long period of time. This is one of the reasons why Western Ghats is also called as the cradle of life, or like a museum of life of past and future. So, as I said, since these morphological characters were very bizarre for this Astrobatrachus frog, we undertook lots of skeletal and anatomical studies, and all these things were published in the journal PSJ. And the noteworthy thing here is that only 2 people have seen this animal in life. I am one of that person. Other is my colleague Vijay Kumar. Except we two, nobody has seen this frog alive in the field. It is so like elusive in the sense it's very difficult to search this frog in the field. As I said, first of all, they are active in night, and these are all monsoon or active in monsoon season. It's very difficult to go and set them in the night hours in the deep forest because it prefers to stay in shoulder patch of forest. The next family I'm referring here is the Ranidae, 425 species globally, having the widest distribution of any frog family. That's why these ranid frogs are also known as true frogs. These are abundant throughout most of the world except Antarctic region. They have generalized frog body with strong hind limbs, toe webbing, and a generalized aquatic tadpole stage. India, around 39 species, 20 are endemic, 19 having distribution in the adjacent countries too. First species described in 1837, the latest being 2017. Here also, please note, it's a wide range, a wide distributed group. That's why we don't have any endemic genus or endemic genera in the country, but we have endemic species. The next family I'm referring is Ranixalidae, around 18 species. All 18 species and the family is endemic to the Western Ghats. Typically found in leaf litter or near streams. Tadpoles are semi-terrestrial with hind limbs and finless tails. Known for highest morphological crypticity. It's very difficult to identify different species of members of this species in the museum or lab. And the interesting thing is, in rest of the cases, tadpoles are aquatic. Here, the tadpoles are semi-terrestrial. They could be seen or hopping on the rocky outcrops, moist rocky outcrops in the monsoon season. This is one of the adaptations from this group of frogs. And the members of Ranixalidae, Micrixalidae, and Nyctibatrachidae are one of the ancient lineages. That's why they are more cryptic in morphological characters. The first species of Ranixalid member described from the country is 1875, the latest being 2020 by our team itself. And all these 2 genera are endemic to the Western Ghats. The next family I'm referring is Rhicophoridae, around 443 species globally. Distribution, Sub-Saharan Africa, Southern Asia, from Sri Lanka, Nepal, and India to Japan, and the Philippines and Sulawesi Islands. Commonly known as shrub frogs, moss frogs, bush frogs, tree frogs, and flying frogs. Known for variable reproductive modes of natural history, say form nest making, direct development, and cavity nest breeding. Highly adapted for jumping, climbing, and gliding mode. First species described in the country was in 1829, the latest in 2020. Around 119 species are documented in the country, one of the species-rich group of frog. 97 species are endemic, only 21 species have the distribution across the neighboring countries. At the generic scale, endemicity is less, but at the species scale, highly endemic. The next family I'm referring is Salamandridae. These are basically salamanders. Globally, only 128 species documented. In India, we have 2 species, and all these 2 species have the described from the adjacent countries, say China, and they have distribution in the India. So the genus Tylodotridon is the genus of newts known as crocodile newts or knobby newts. After finishing frogs and salamanders, let us come to Sicilian. The first family of Sicilian I'm referring here is Cicilidae. First species described in 1904 and the recent one in 2013. All the 4 species are endemic to the India, but the recent study says that the members are available in Bangladesh also. Then the endemicity should be considered as India and Bangladesh. And these organ like these Sicilian show oviparity with direct development. So here we don't have a free swimming tadpole stage. The next family I'm referring here is Ichthyophidae, around 57 species. Distribution: Philippines, India, southern China, Thailand, and the Malayan archipelago. There are these are primitive Sicilian possessing tiles and scales below the skin, and these scales resemble the cycloid scales of fishes. That's why I told these are primitive in life form. Like they have inherited these characters from their ancestors, like aquatic fishes. And these ichthyophids are well known for their parental care behavior, where the parental care is advanced behavior in mammals. 21 species are documented in India. All are endemic. First species described in 1841, the latest in 2011, and recently, like last month, one more species has come from northeastern region. There are 2 genera, Ichthyophids and Eurytiples. All the Eurytiples are endemic to the Western Ghats. Ichthyophids distribution in India and Western Ghats and northeastern region. The next family I'm referring is Grandisonidae. 24 species recorded from globally, having distribution in southern and northeastern India, Seychelles Islands, Cameroon, and Ethiopia. In this group, there is no true tail. Eyes are covered by bony skull. Eyes can be seen only in live form. In the preserved or fixed form, we cannot see any eyes. And these members of this group have both oviparous and viviparous mode of breeding. In India, 14 species are recorded. All 14 are endemic to the Indian region, basically peninsular India. First species described was in 1870s and the latest being in 2015. There are 2 genera reported from the country. One is Gegnophyes, having distribution in Western Ghats, and recently, like from 2-3 years back, one more species have been described from Eastern Ghats. And the genus Endotriplus is restricted to the Maharashtra parts of the Western Ghats with 2 species diversity. With this, I have finished my diversity of amphibians in the country, India. So let us see. This is all about the lineage shortfall. As I said before, lineage shortfall is about much of the diversity we do know about has yet to be formally described and cataloged. It means that cataloging and description is not over. See, all these marks, like all these points marked on the map represent the species described, like type localities. It clearly shows that work is biased more towards Western Ghats, northeastern region, some parts of Bengal, and foothills of Himalaya. There is a huge gap in rest of the areas. Means there is lots of potential and scope for the people to come and work out here, and a good amount of work has been done in Andaman and Nicobar Islands also. And in Lakshadweep, we don't have any natural population. Whatever we are getting, they're all introduced species. Oh, before we conclude, let us see the new species discovery pattern. That's what I said, like only in around 2007, amphibian decline problem they started with 5,300 species. Now there is 8,400 species. So if you look at the species discovery trends in the new millennia, and in average, more than 100 species are being discovered every year globally. More than 100 species. And this is the species discovery pattern in the India since, like in the new millennia. Average at least 10 to 15 are being discovered per year in the country also. So when I started my amphibian research in 2005, the total Indian species diversity was 227, and now it is 454. In the last 20 years, this number has been doubled, because lots of independent groups are working here, lots of peoples are working here, and most of the peoples are following integrated taxonomic approach also. In the Western Ghats, when I started my work, there were only around 100 species. Now it is 254. Among the 254, almost like 230 species are endemic to Western Ghats itself. That is the potential of Western Ghats. That is the reason Western Ghats is known as like cradle of life. If you look at the species cumulative curve, in the recent past, say in the new millennia, it is like climbing very steeply. It clearly indicates that the saturation has not been hit. If that same trend continues, shortly we will be crossing the 500 species target very shortly. So if it means the way to read this graph is, if it is flat like this, it clearly says that the species description curve is in the saturation. So if you look here, like initially it was in saturation, then it picked up, then there is a small saturation, then picked up, then like since 1890s it started climbing, and here there is a small set of like saturation sort of thing. At this period there were no like workers available. All these things like we have published in one of the recent articles where like explaining the amphibian species discovery pattern in India, past, present, and future trends. So if we follow the trend, it clearly says that in the near future we are going to describe many more species. Looking at the conservation status, say like IUCN conservation status, 4.4% are considered as critically endangered, 7.9% as endangered, 4.8% as vulnerable, 1.8% nearly threatened, 21% least concerned, and around 50% like falling into data deficient and not as it clearly says that there is a problem with the valuation shortfall. It means valuation shortfall is about geographical distribution of most of the species are poorly understood and usually contain many gaps. It means for the described 454 species in the country, for many species we don't know the distribution data, like from where to where the species is being distributed. So lots of problems are there to address. That's why before my talk, I showed the shortfalls, what we face when we attempt to do the biodiversity studies. With this, I would like to conclude my talk. I'm grateful to lots of people who are in my backdrop who supported me to reach these heights in amphibian research. And the take-home message is very simple. Amphibians are harmless creatures. They don't harm anybody. What they require is little bit of pristine water for their breeding. And they are all basically cold-blooded organisms. They don't contribute any heat to the so-called global warming and climate change. The only thing they do is part of their life, they do sleep, they hibernate, they do estivate. They just come out only for breeding purpose. They eat only for that breeding purpose. That's all. There is no other motto behind that. That's why, so when you see a frog, like try to provide them a little bit of pristine environment. That's all it is required. With this, I would like to place my thank you for all of you for your kind patience. And if you have any questions, I would like to buy them here. If not, you can drop a mail to me over here. If not, you can call me over here. With this, yeah, if any questions are there, I'll buy. If not, like I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh, for enlightening us on the biodiversity of amphibians and taking us through the different amphibian orders and family. And I'm sure everybody listening to the talk are convinced of the importance of taxonomy to understand biodiversity. And it was also good to know that the trend in discovering new species is showing an upward trend and that more groups are now into it. And with that, I would like to thank, and the forum is now open for questions and discussion. So anybody interested in asking a question can unmute and ask. We have time to take maybe a couple of questions. Students?
Nice. If there are no questions, then I would like to conclude my talk.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. Basically, I'm very grateful and thankful to Mr. Jaishankar for providing me an opportunity to come over here and present a talk before you people. And I'm also thankful to the entire organizing committee who have taken lots of pain in putting the things together and arranging such a nice forum for all of us. And I hope you'll be enjoying your reptile talk tomorrow. My colleague will be presenting the reptile things tomorrow. Thank you very much.
So Dinesh sir, I believe somebody raised their hand.
Yeah, please,
Can,
let them ask.
yeah, whoever has raised the hand can
Uh,
go ahead.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah,
My name is Yajnapati Adari.
yeah,
I have a small doubt.
yeah.
Sir, in the family of Grandisonidae,
Hmm.
you have mentioned a species from Eastern Ghats, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, sir. May I know the locality of where the species is present?
Reason? May I know the reason why you want to know that?
Uh, just normal information, sir.
Yeah.
Because
Uh,
yeah.
See, right now I don't remember. If you want, I can share it with you. And you can also search that. The species name is Gegenophis orientalis.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank
See,
you.
the problem is all until the discovery of that species, we thought that entire genus is restricted to the Western Ghats region. For the first time, they discovered a species, the member of this genus from the Eastern Ghats. Now, the genus range has been extended from Western Ghats to Eastern Ghats. The same sort of pattern we are seeing in other groups also. One of my collaborator who is in this forum today, Amit Hegde, also noted the same phenomenon in one of the frog species. We described a frog named Minervaria kalinga from the Eastern Ghats. In a span of 1 year time, Amit Hegde came out with the discovery of that species, sort of that species from the Western Ghats also. The thing is all these days we were thinking like Western Ghats as a single unit, but many of these patterns which are availability of these lineages in the Western Ghats and Eastern Ghats are making us rethink about this biogeographical zones itself. Maybe henceforth we may have to consider peninsular India as one of the biogeographical means we can't distinguish Eastern Ghats and Western. This is basically a biogeographical question. For your question, the answer is just Google up Gegenophis orientalis. You will get the details over there.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my name is Natalia, and I'm actually a student of St. Joseph College. So,
Yeah.
sir, in your presentation, you talked about how scientists are actually studying the regeneration capacity of the salamanders.
Mm-hmm.
So, sir, these sort of experiments are actually even shown in many knowledge channels like Animal Planet Discovery Channel and all. And but, sir, there is one major negative point about this. This is generally done for the study of the regeneration. However, for because of some platforms like YouTube's and TikToks and everything becoming so famous, there are some people who actually own these exotic animals as pets, like salamanders and axolots, uh, which is an animal very closely related to the salamander. So they actually perform the same thing on their own pet animals, trying to mimic the process. So do you think that this should actually be still means practiced?
See, I appreciate your concern, right? Whatever we are discussing here is science. Let us not deviate ourselves from the science. You know the problems with science, right? When the atomic bomb was invented, it was not meant for destruction. You agree with me, right? When the RDX was invented, it was not for the destructions of anything, right? You agree with me?
Yes, sir.
You agree with me, right?
Yes, sir.
When people misuse it is their problem, first thing. Second thing is these salamanders are all put in schedule list. You may be aware of that. In under the Indian Wildlife Protection Act, salamanders are protected in the schedule list. Nobody is supposed to possess this. If anybody want to do the experiment, they should take explicit permission from the Government of India, National Biodiversity Authority, and regional biodiversity authorities. So we see in this PPT, I tried to show that how important amphibians are. To do the research or not to do, it is a very personal thing. Let us not debate that over here. Hope
Yes, sir.
you are fine with my answer.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Santosh had a question. Sir, you want to?
Okay. Yeah, so I was interested in, this relates to the diversity of frogs and how they decline. Uh, the fungus that's been killing a lot of frogs worldwide. What is the extent of that problem here in India, and what is the extent of the research being done on that?
See, that is something called chytridomycosis. Lots of work has been done outside India. In India, there is one study saying that spores are available here, but nobody has confirmed about the severity of its infection. The spores were like all reported from the northern Western Ghats. Like you know that northern Western Ghats is comparatively warmer compared to central and southern Western Ghats. In a single word answer, I say like. The intensity is not that much or that much severe in India, but there are studies available.
Okay, thank you.
See, this is the.
There is a
This is
question.
1 minute. 1 minute. It's like I just want to give you one
Yeah,
follow-up in over it.
sure.
See, this is the reason I tell each and everybody, to that matter, any life form or wildlife, we are not supposed to touch. The moment we go and touch, we'll be passing on all the microbial biota which are available on our hand to the organisms. See, most of this fungus or whatever it is, the same thing. See, many people would like to have photos or whatever it is. They just go and touch, they handle them and all. We are not supposed to do that. As long as we don't do that, we'll be like we are also safe and those organisms are also safe. Yeah.
So this question is from a student, 21 BBs at 47.
Yeah.
He asks, why are so many species disappearing?
See, there are multiple reasons. See, like climate change, global warming, and all. But as far as India is concerned, what we are noticing is like there is something called habitat fragmentation. Like for every species, it requires its own range for its activity. So that is shrinking because of lots of land use and land planning activities. It is and there are natural phenomena, there are man-made also. Natural phenomena are out of our control, but in man-made habitat destruction is the major thing. See, for example, Bangalore city, it is expanding. Our studies clearly says that species like are also like they are also preferring to go out of Bangalore. And if I say so, there are no freshwater bodies around Bangalore city. The available freshwater bodies in Bangalore are not congenial for the like they are not safer for the amphibian like frogs or amphibians. There are lots of issues like this.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I think if there are more questions, you can reach out to sir through his mail and we can move ahead with the next session. Thank you, sir, again. It was extremely interesting talk.
One more thing, synonymization is also a key for declining species number. So for that, like there is a one question in chat box. For that, I say like synonymization is like not even 1%. Right? So species number is different and population is different. So the scary thing is population decline rather than species declines, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Dinesh, I join Dr. Putul in thanking you for accepting our invitation to be the keynote speaker in this national webinar on herpetology. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful information that you have shared. In future, too, we would like to collaborate and try to reach out to you if there's any such event. Thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes. With that, I believe there are questions pouring. You can address it directly to Dr. Dinesh. Sir had shared his mail ID. Sir, if there is time?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is a question on the chat box. I'll read it out. That's from Prathamesh Joshi. The question is on how can one go about addressing Wallacean shortfall? How can we use occurrence data to address it?
See, the question itself is having an answer over there. He knows that very well. See, valuation shortfall is about knowing the distribution range of a species. See, for example, human beings, it is cosmopolitan, like we are everywhere. But amphibians, as I said, they are habitat specialists. The first thing is like we need to do something called grid-based survey or grid-based assessment. Here you go, look out for the frog, and you collect all the occurrence data. Then using that, you can extrapolate using something called species distribution modeling and all. Lots of people who work in GIS tools does this. So this is the other way of doing things, and it takes a quite amount of time to address the valuation shortfall. Why I'm telling is like, see, for addressing many of the other problem, my graph clearly said that we are still in the process of documenting species. So somewhere or the other, taxonomy need to get saturated. For example, birds are well word group. That's why we have lots and lots of information where the species is, where it is migrating, what is the distribution range, like that. But for amphibians, still we are discovering. Every day we are coming out and telling there is a new species, there is a new species. So this has to be stopped. In somewhere we need to hit the taxonomic saturation. Then only we can work more about that. And it's a gradual process.
Thank you, sir, for that question and the overshoot of time. Thank you again. Uh, yeah. With that, we come to the end of today's keynote address by Dr. KP Dinesh, a scientist D from the Zoological Survey of India. We are now going on to the last segment of today's national webinar on herpetology. Now, these are the oral presentations. We have received around 16 oral presentations and 20 info poster presentations. The info poster presentations are scheduled for tomorrow. Today we have the oral presentations, 10 of them into 2 sessions. We are now getting into session 1. And before I announce and invite the chairpersons for chairing the session, I would like to call out and confirm if the following speakers are there here in the meet so that you can get ready with your presentations. Number 1, Narendra Sahu. Can I get a confirmation? Sir, if you can unmute and answer whichever name I'm going to call out. Mr. Narendra Sahu is number 1. I think we're not getting a response. Number 2 is Amit Hegde.
Sir, I am here.
Thank you. So I will read out the other presenters for the session. Number 3, Anshuman Das.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you. You're the next in line. And then Anukriti Shah.
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you for responding. The 4th in line is Amit Kumar Bal. Amit
Sir.
Kumar, yeah, you're there. Thank you, sir. Number 6 is Mr. Yogesh around, part of the team meet today.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Yogesh. I believe you have to check your audio. There is an echo effect. Please try rectifying the echo effect. That could happen if you're on in 2 devices simultaneously. So we will go ahead with the 5 presenters for the first session of the oral presentation. May I now request 2 eminent people, ecologists, who will be chairing the first session of the oral presentations. Dr. H.T. Lalrem Sangha from the Mizoram University. Sir, if you're there. Okay, sir. Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm logging through with my student laptop.
Done, sir. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining and accepting our invitation to chair this session. Then we have our internal chairperson also along with you, Dr. Santosh Jagadishan, Assistant Professor from the Department of Zoology, St. Joseph's College. Santosh sir, if you're also there, we will start with the oral
Yes, I'm here.
presentations. Yes, as I mentioned, uh, Amit Hegde would be our first presenter. The general rules are a 5+2 time duration, 5 minutes for presentation and 2 for question answer session. Now that if there are less presentation because of some people could not join the meet, then I will leave it to the choice of the chairpersons if they can give extra time. As such, there is no competition there or no marks being given. It is only a forum to share the scientific knowledge. So I will leave it to the decision of the chairpersons if the presenters demand an extra time. With that, I would hand over the session to the chairpersons. Over to you, both of you, the chairpersons, uh, who are going to chair the session. Thank you.
Okay, hello everyone. So I guess we will hear from some research scholars and students as well. So I think our first presentation will be from Amit Hegde et al., who will talk about tadpoles as taxonomic puzzle solvers, rediscovering the endemic mountain tadpole from the Western Ghats of India. So go ahead, Dr. Amit.
Am I audible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, I can hear you and I can see your screen as well.
Fantastic, thank you. Tadpoles as taxonomic puzzle solvers, rediscovering the endemic mountain tadpole from the Western Ghats, India. So as you know, amphibians means amphi means dual and bians means life. Uh, in the beginning stage, you might learn it as they live on the land and water, but in reality, they have indirect development where larval stages or tadpole stages, usually they live in the water and adults on the land. But whenever researchers or scientists, we classify the things, there are always exceptions. And these bush frogs are one of those. They skip the tadpole stage and they are called as direct developers. Being in a tropical country with a diverse landscape from dry Thar desert to cold desert like Ladakh and 4 biodiversity hotspots, a small island to continuous mountain ranges. I'm lucky to be born and brought up from heart of the central Western Ghats uh, and to start my journey as a field biologist. Western Ghats is called as hotspots, and in Western Ghats, these mountain systems are called as hotspots within the hotspots. Not just because they have endemic flora and fauna, but they also show the point endemism. Along with that, they have a microclimate, microhabitat, and lot of the rivers originate from here, both west flowing and east flowing in southern India. During our surveys in the mountain streams beside in a rock pockets, we saw something interesting. Tadpoles, right? This belongs to Goosener stage 25, and the other tadpole was belonging to Goosener stage 40. And we wanted to classify it into family, genus, species level based on the morphological characters. We got to know that it has a dorsoventrally flattened body belonging to a family called Microhylidae, narrow-mouthed frogs, where the frog looks very small and they have a very loud noise, or the advertisement call. In the world, it has 7 knot species, and Indian subcontinent, it has 31 species. In the beginning, we were having a thought that was it belonging to Euperodon species? In the India, it has Indian subcontinent, it has 12 species. In that, 4 species are endemic to Western Ghats, out of which 3 species are endemic to mountain ecosystem in the Western Ghats. in the integrated taxonomy, we used a molecular approach. We got to know that this species was belonging to Uparan mountains. And when we further did a morphometry and other type, looked for other taxonomic characters, this has lateralized, dorsoventrally flattened body and ovoid head. Along with that, unique thing is that they don't have teeth. Usually tadpoles have a different set of teeth rows compared to the adults, and when the this is the typical character of microhelidae. If they don't have teeth, that means they are surface feeders in the water. And we even did the morphometry, and we looked for secondary literatures. 1934, during the colonial era, this was described by Parker even before the Guzner stages were properly investigated. It's almost 85 years or 87. According to the distribution records from the IUCN, they say that this species belongs to near threatened. They say that this species is seen in 3 subtype of Western Ghats, like Northern Western Ghats, Central Western Ghats, and Southern Western Ghats. But it requires some molecular evidence or the specimens. Sometimes there might be a misconception or misidentifications. So as a teamwork and along with the scientist K P Dinesh and SP Vijay Kumar from CES IASC, with the molecular evidence, we have done this work, and it shows that they are seen in the Southern Western Ghats and southern part of Central Western Ghats in the mountain ecosystem, especially forest areas in the mountain ecosystem. Okay. So when we did the extent of occurrence and area of occupancy, it says that it is endangered. So integrated taxonomy in India or globally, majorly people consider adults and their morphometry and their phylogenetics. Still, we need more amphibian biologists. Still, we need more studies on their advertisement called bioacoustics, communication, larval characters, and carotid formula and tadpoles. So previous literature says that this tadpole is commonly seen in tree holes in the mountain ecosystem, but now we are seeing in the rock pockets beside the streams. So both are completely diverse microhabitats which has different substrata. And what's about their breeding ecology? Before knowing these answers, mountains ecosystems are under threat. Along with the climate change, a lot of new things are coming out, and we need to study more about this mountain endemic species. As scientist K P Desai was mentioning, Astrobacterus kuruchiana seen, and it has only single evidence. Okay, so at the end, look at this frog. As the representative of all amphibians and the mountain endemic species, this frog is looking at us, looking right into our shoulders with the blue feature. Look at its innocent eyes. They're gonna disturb our dreams unless we do the right thing. Thank you. And these were my guide, collaborator, and I'm really thankful to Karthik Shankar Lab and SP Vijay Kumar sir, KP Dinesh sir, and Deepak who helped me in the maps and fieldwork. I'm thankful to both Madhapa and additional supports and various institutions and departments. I'm really thankful to them. And these were the references. I'm happy to take the questions.
Thank you, Amit. The floor is open to questions from students and faculty. You can unmute and ask your questions, or you can type it in the chat box. Well, it looks like there are no questions. I think maybe we can move on to the next talk then. Okay, thank you again, Amit. Have a good day. So now, who's next? Anukriti Shaw will be up next. And we'll be talking about the screening of conducive microhabitats of snake in Banarghata Hosur landscape.
Santosh sir, I believe the order was Anshuman.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Yes, Angsumanda.
Okay. Then yeah, let's hear from Anshuman Das, the identity of Calotis species in Mizoram, northeast India.
Oh, hello.
Good evening to one and all. My name is Anshuman Das Taryang. Audible?
Yes, we can hear you. There's a bit of an echo, but we can hear you and see the screen.
Is the screen?
Yes, the screen is visible, but there's an echo with your.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. I think the candidate has logged in through two devices and hence the echo. If he could log out from the phone, then the echo would stop probably.
Good evening to one and all. The topic of my presentation is the identity of Calotis species in Mizoram, Northeast India. Calotis, it belongs to the family Agamidae, and it currently comprises of 29 species according to Uets et al. 2021. And at present, according to Engels et al. 2018, Gowande et al. 2021, there are a total of 15 Calotis species been recorded in India. Calotis versicolor, commonly known as the garden fence crested lizard, is common across the Indian subcontinent and the Indo-Chinese region. However, it has a complicated taxonomic history because of its description without a locality. Another Calotis species known as Calotis irawadi, commonly known as the Ayeyarwady crested lizard, it was separated from Calotis versicolor complex. It was previously only known from Myanmar and China, according to Liu et al. 2021. However, Gowande et al. 2021 recently reported it from. It's not moving. It's not moving. Just move down like this. However, recently, Gowande et al. Reported Calotis irawadi from Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura. Now, the present work has been undertaken because there is a confusion regarding the identity of Calotis species. This work is undertaken to resolve the confusion using both morphological and molecular analysis in the state of Mizoram. And according to Matthew 2007 and other workers, Calotis versicolor has been found across Mizoram throughout the districts of Aizawl, Kolasip, Longklai, Lunglei, Saiha, Serchip, and Mamit. Materials and methods, a total of 34 Calotis species specimens were collected, and they were examined from various parts of Mizoram, later deposited in the Departmental Museum of Zoology. The morphological studies were done following the literatures of Zug et al. And Liu et al. And taxonomic nomenclature was done according to Uwitz et al. 2021. Genomic DNA extraction, PCR amplification, and sequencing were done, and the genomic DNA was extracted from the liver tissue of adult Calotis irawadi according to the manufacturer protocol. Then these were the steps followed for PCR amplification and then sequencing. And the phylogenetic analysis was inferred by using the Mr. Bayes based on the general time reversal model as per the lowest BIC, the Bayes information criterion. And the analysis involved 16 nucleotide sequences. The newly generated partial 16S rRNA gene sequences of Calotis irawadi was deposited in GenBank, and its accession number was obtained. Coming to the results and conclusion, here on the left hand side we can see Calotis versicolor, and on the right hand side we can see two species of Calotis collected from Mizoram. Morphometric measurements were done, and various parameters were taken, like the eye ear length, the head height, head length, head width, interorbital distance, jaw width, the nares eye distance, snout eye distance, and so on. Then the meristic data was taken for the different species, and accordingly the minimum value, maximum value, the average, and standard deviations were calculated. Now, there were some juveniles among the specimens which were examined, and the SBL was found to be in the range of 38.44 to 98 millimeter, number of supraleveals 9 to 12, infraleveals 9 to 11, and so on. And what we can conclude from the measurements was that the specimens were found to be more or less similar with that of Calotis irawadi morphologically. And this was the K to P distance using the 16S rRNA partial gene of Calotis species, the phylogenetic tree. And what we can conclude was that the K2P genetic distances we diagnosed, the genetic distance between the present study Calotis irawadi and Calotis irawadi from Southeast Asia were found to be 1%. And the present study confirmed the presence of Calotis irawadi based on the phylogenetic relationship along with Calotis irawadi, Southeast Asia, indicates the formation of monophyletic clade of Calotis irawadi. Thank you. Any questions, any doubts?
Okay, thank you, Anshuman. Yes, so if people have questions, you can unmute and ask, or type in the chat box, please.
Excuse me.
Okay, it looks like there's no questions. I have a question, Anshuman, if you think.
Yes, sir.
So were those two morphotypes different species, or because in your phylogenetic tree, I couldn't see whether they sort of separated themselves.
Yes, sir. On the left was versicolor, and on the right we have irawadi, Calotis irawadi. And from the K2P distance, what we can what we could conclude was that The result was closest to Irrawaddy species, as well as morphologically from the measurements we took.
Okay. But what about phylogeny? Can you point out where these fall?
Pardon, sir?
The branches are in the phylogeny. Can you just point out to where they are?
So at the bottom.
Okay, okay. That's
bottommost.
So that forms a separate clade, those three.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I can't see the confidence posterior probabilities there. What, sorry, are they?
Sir, pardon, I cannot.
The posterior probabilities, confidence interval. Oh, you haven't included them. Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Okay, okay, fine. That's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Santosh sir, I believe there's a question in the chat box.
Yes, yeah. That's right. Yeah. So one of the students has asked, you said something about the Calotis irrawaddy and Calotis irrawaddy from Southeast Asia.
Yes, sir.
The student wants a bit of clarification on that, on where they are found in Southeast Asia. Yeah.
So Irrawaddy was previously known from Myanmar and China, and according to recent literature, Calotis irrawaddy has been reported from Arunachal Pradesh and Tripura for the first time in the in our country.
It's mostly Southeast Asia, sort of. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. All right. So looks like there's no more questions, faculty members.
This is to the guide also.
Yes.
Professor Lalran Sangha is also chairing the session. We are thankful that numerous research papers have come for presentation in this webinar. Sir, can you throw some light? Anshuman can also contribute about this Northeast as such. I've heard this discussion of the complex, species complex, or the region that is accessible. Sometimes it's reported differently in the China or the other parts. And then into the Northeast, there is another kind of description which could be similar. Is there any clarification or you want to contribute something to that?
Actually, there was a problem for this taxonomy on this colloquies. Versicular, recently, this paper go one day in 2011, 2021. They highlighted the holotype and they released the genetic data. So only after that we are able to start working on these colloquies, versicular, which are suspected. So this is the starting point. Ang Suman does he's from Assam, so he can collect some more specimens, and from other states like Meghalaya, Nagaland, Manipur also. Then we'll be doing this in a large scale DNA barcoding and morphological studies. So.
True. I believe being an overlapping zone for the biodiversity hotspots, there's more to venture and discover there. Best wishes to your lab, sir, and also all your research scholars. Most of them will be presenting in the second session and also tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Anshuman. Okay, I think then we can move on to the next speaker. This should be Anukriti Shaw. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, right. So
I'll
you,
be presenting. If
sure,
you could let
please
me
go ahead.
know, you can see my screen or not, that will be helpful.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes, it's full screen. Thanks.
Okay. So my topic is screening of conducive microhabitats of snakes in Bannerghatta Hosur landscape. I am Anukriti and I'm doing my master's in wildlife conservation and action from Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Environment Education and Research. The whole study that I'm actually doing is about people's perception on snakes, and also along with this, I have clubbed microhabitat study as my second objective. So this paper presentation, I would be doing this about microhabitats. So what are microhabitats? In general, microhabitats are actually a subset of habitat, which is basically a spatially smaller and specific place in a given habitat, right? So, why are microhabitats actually very important? Well, because usually when we see species, they are usually distributed in different areas of the habitat, and microhabitats, they are actually the smaller area of those habitat, and they provide rather cryptic nesting sites and stuff like that. So here microhabitats are, according to the study that I'm conducting, microhabitats here provide nesting sites, good availability of food, and natural lack of natural predators. So we all know that assessment of megafauna is usually done, and because megafaunas are usually charismatic, and they're uh, more popular, but often snakes and amphibians get overlooked. But snakes are keystone predators in the grassland and forest ecosystem, and they play an important role in effective management of the food chain and the temperature regulation and climate change. So they are a very good ecological indicators. And their widespread decline can actually impact the trophic relationships and prey-predator dynamics in a lot of ways. So, uh, studying their refuge cover and the habitat usage is actually the whole crux of the study. So the study area that I have selected is the Bannerghatta Hosur landscape. I have actually done the study in two states, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. This part is the Karnataka side and this is the Tamil Nadu side. And these are the villages that I have selected for my study. So I have selected some five villages from Karnataka and five villages from Tamil Nadu based on the proximity towards forest and the extent of agriculture to assess the microhabitats of snakes. So the microhabitats that I have selected are the drainage areas, the firewood collection area, the granary where these people store their grains and their produce on harvest, the cattle shed or the goat shed, and the chicken coop. The methodology that I have used is actually a physical assessment of microhabitats. Now, what do I actually mean by physical assessment is I have been taking length, breadth, and height of every microhabitat that I have mentioned before. And then I have taken GPS of these microhabitats, the location of these microhabitats, and then I will be mapping this microhabitats in further through a heat map. So why is this study necessary? It's because refuge cover and habitat usage is actually a very prominent gap in the literature, and any baseline study on snake in a biodiverse fragile habitat like Bannerghatta National Park and North Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary is very limited. It's not done. So this study actually aims to fill that gap, and this study is actually ongoing, and I have all collected my data, and the analysis part is still remaining. So basically, this study is supposed to give the detailed baseline information on identification, cultural perspective, and conservation and implications of state villages in the Bannerghatta National Park and North Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary. It will aid in further research of herpetofauna in this region and will help planning several conservation and awareness programs that are required to bring about a better knowledge base so that we can grow more tolerance towards the snake population in this area while mitigating the conflict. Also, in this process, I have found out several species of snakes in the area, which mostly they are Russell's viper, uh, Naja, which is the Indian cobra, then monocled cobra. I've also found out the green vine snake, checkered keelback. Uh, these are the common species of the snake that are usually encountered by the people in that particular area. And moving ahead, like I said, this whole study is clubbed with the perception and the attitude of the people. And the study is also focusing on the resource mapping of the microhabitats and will bring about snake-friendly practices for the conflict mitigation. These are the acknowledgement. My guide is Dr. Kranti from Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Environment Education and Research, Pune, and my co-guide is is Avinash Krishnan from Arocha, India. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anakriti. If there are questions, please unmute and ask your questions, or you can type them in the chat box, please. Okay, there's a question, but I think it's a little, if I'm a student, could you explain how do snakes contribute to climate change? Um, I think you misinterpreted that.
It could be the impact of climate change.
Impact, yes, impact of climate change on these snakes. In this case, would be urbanization as well.
Yes, in this case, it will be urbanization as well as human encroachment towards the forest area. Usually, in this case that I have seen, there's a lot of farming activity that happens towards sea package villages, the edge of the national park. So, more than more than forest, I have seen the snakes venture into the human habitations. Like I said, it is usually because of the lack of natural predators and good availability of food, and it provides a good nesting sites and better camouflages them from the predators. So they do now when they venture into the human habitations, they're usually killed because snakes are rather smaller than the other megafauna. They are usually killed by the people when they immediately venture into the human habitats, although there is a very growing tolerance towards them, but the tolerance is kind of less as of the moment. So killing them will obviously reduce because they are good ecological indicators. They would and they are very susceptible to the climate change. So obviously it will impact the climate change will obviously impact the snake population in more ways than we decipher.
Oh, Anukriti, can you
Yes, sir.
have you encountered or monitor anything like elevational gradient migration, change in their microhabitat among snakes during your study period due to
Uh,
climate
ch-
change? Yeah.
no, sir. My study period has actually been really short. It
Oh,
has been for 1 month and 20 days. So I don't think that's a long time for me to notice such huge changes. I mean,
okay, okay. Unless if there is a literature available that show the elevational gradients, it must be very difficult. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir.
Okay, I have a question. So the checkered keelbacks that you found, what sort of microhabitats do they sort of frequent?
So checkered keelbacks usually when I've seen them, I saw them towards the drainage areas quite often, and also agricultural fields were a part of the micro habitats that I was checking. But then I came to a conclusion that agricultural fields are actually habitats and not micro habitats. So in the agricultural fields only, there are these small water storage areas. So that is also another place that I have seen this checkered keelback. I have seen like 4 or 5 checkered keelback in one water storage area. So that is one of the places I have seen checkered keelbacks.
Yeah, I've found several in paddy
Yeah.
fields too. I got bitten by many of them. But so when they go into drainage, like how many numbers did you see? I'm just curious.
So I have through the drainage, I think I have seen two of them, not more than that. But yes, they have. I have encountered a woman who I interviewed, and she was bitten by the checkered keelback. So they actually, she ended up killing the checkered keelback. So the hostility was there. Even though they are non-venomous, the hostility still remains. So only two of them. I saw only two of them.
Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, that stigma and animosity is there.
Yeah,
So,
it's the psyche.
and you said there were no rat snakes at all?
Yeah, there were rat snakes too. I'm sorry, I probably forgot to mention it, but there were rat snakes. There were a lot of rat snakes. People, uh, my study also, since my study focuses on cultural reverence also, there are very interesting myths that I have come across, especially with rat snakes and cobras. So yeah, there were quite a lot of them.
Santosh
Okay.
sir, there are questions in the chat box.
Yes, yes, I'm just looking through this. So one of the questions, essentially what would a snake find a place to go, like a habitat that it likes, and would garden be such a microhabitat?
Yes, snakes would usually, any animal would, prefer easier access to food, better camouflage, and shelter. So obviously, snakes will prefer something like that too. And they do venture into microhabitats quite often. Because, like I said, I have seen snakes more in human habitations than I have seen them in the forest in reality. So, and also, yeah, garden is a good micro habitat for snakes. These bushes and these trees in the gardens, they provide us a good micro habitats for the snakes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. What about, sorry, I was going to extend this. The wine snakes, they're mostly on trees then.
Yes.
So what sort of numbers do you find in, it's a more urban settings?
Yes. So vine snakes usually are in the trees, but they are in the fields also. And a lot of people, have told me, like when I was interviewing them, that they are, kind of afraid that when they cut the grasses, that vine snake will also be there. And since they are very well camouflaged, they will, come bite them, and they would not know about it. So yeah, a lot of people also like 2-3 people that I've interviewed were grazed by the green vine snake. So and also I have seen a roadkill of the green vine snake in the same area. So they were yeah, I mean around 4 to 5 species, 4 to 5 number of green vine snakes. I have seen them around in these microhabitats.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. It was very interesting talk.
Thank you so much. Can I stop sharing the screen?
Yes, yes, please. Yeah. Thank you. We can move on to Mr. Amit Bal.
Yes,
You
sir.
here?
Yes, sir. I'm
Yes.
here. Am I audible?
Yes, okay, I can hear you. If you can share your screen, please.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Okay, I can see your screen. Good.
Firstly, I would like to thank the organizing committee of the National Webinar on Herpetology for providing me this platform to share my research on the Amphibian fauna of Woodland National Park. I would also very much thankful to my guide, Dr. S.T. Kanga, who guided me through all the field work carried out in Woodland National Park. So this is the first time the survey on Amphibian carried out in this part of this country. The Woodland National Park offers excellent opportunity to study its flora and fauna and the landscape pattern, as it is very less known and moreover one of the unexplored and underestimated protected area in the country. So currently there are about 3,956 snake species who are recorded around the globe. In Indian subcontinent, about 302 species have been described, of which the state Mizoram has approximately 60 species, with additional pairs of snake species. So the Murulan National Park is situated in the eastern part of the state of the Mizoram, which is falling within the Indo-Burman biodiversity hotspot zone in the Champhai district. Hence, it shares most of its biodiversity with Myanmar. It was officially declared as a national park in 1991 uh, under Wildlife Protection Act 1972. Mulan is the nearest human habitation adjacent to this park. The village is called Mulan. The other fringe villages include Kapar, Tualpui, Anakhabung, Rabung, and more. So, besides its rich ophidian faunal diversity, it also included other wild animals such as golden cat, clouded leopard, spotted linsam, hog badger, troll, and other elusive threatened species. I have been also doing research on small carnivores in this park, and these are all the findings I have mentioned here. So let's come to the methods as followed in the survey. The survey is carried out by foot only on the forest trails along the roadsides and beside the water streams nearby the village and the national park. As there is very few perennial streams in the park and most of them is inaccessible due to the tough terrain. As you know, the elevation difference is 1300 meter from the lowest 600 meter to the highest 1900 meter. The survey is carried out both in the day and night time and in different seasons also. Survey also carried out in the shifting cultivation area to know the habitat selection. After sightings of the snakes, all are photographed and released back into their natural habitat. There are also road kills and kills by local people out of fear and lack of awareness were observed and identified. So mostly the identification are based on the literature by Whitaker and Captain 2008, Emma et al., Lalrem Sang and Lalro Nunga, Das and Engels. So these are the some photos I have mentioned here of my field during my field work and the field sites also. So in this exploration of Ophidian fauna, a total number of 22 species were documented from the 6 families, which are Colubridae, Elapidae, Pariatidae, Pseudopsididae, Viperidae, and Typhlopidae. The elevation of the sightings are ranging from 1226 meter to 1759 meter, as shown in the map. Incidentally. Yeah, that is the lowest is 666 and the highest is 1891 meter. So the black marks is all the observations of species that that have been found in the area. So these are all the species mentioned. So among all the species, 4 species are highly venomous, 4 are mildly venomous, and others are non-venomous. Most of them are found nearby the village area, and some of them in the core area of the national park. These are the photos I've taken. So as the Mulan National Park is very remotely situated, the threat rate is so high. Most of the snakes are killed by local people just after seeing on the spot due to fear and lack of awareness about the venomous and non-venomous snakes. Apart from this, deforestation, forest fire, shifting cultivation are affect their flourish natural habitat. So let's come to the question why we need to conserve snakes. Actually, there is without snakes, the number of prey species would increase to a natural level and destroy the stability of the ecosystem. So hence, it helps to flourish the ecosystem, the balance of ecosystem. Similarly, if a large number of snakes are killed, the predators that eat snakes will struggle to find food. Lastly, I will say that extensive surveys will be conducted to explore more elusive Ophidian fauna in this area as well as in the whole Mizoram. As recently, 2 new species have been described from Mizoram. One is Lusai Hills dragon snake, that is Stolixia vanwai lianai, and other is from Woodland itself. Also, awareness program about the conservation importance of snakes will be conducted in all the fringe villages of the Mulan National Park. And so, thank you. If anyone have questions, please free to ask.
Thank you, Amit. Yes, if there are questions, please type them in the chat box or unmute yourself and you can ask. Okay, it looks like, well,
Santosh
questions.
sir, we will
Yes.
just for them. I believe there is some question the student has asked.
Yes, yes.
No.
So there's a question, very general question here, is can we differentiate snakes as venomous and non-venomous just by looking at it?
I don't think so. Actually, there is the head pattern, but still it is very difficult to like differentiate snakes for venomous and non-venomous. Like the vipers of the triangular head shape, and then mostly the non-venomous have a very simple hair structure. That is the common difference between the vipers and other snakes.
That's right. The tail also looks a little different, right? Or is that, am I getting this? Okay.
The tail on often venomous snakes and non-venomous snakes cannot be distinguished. In this case, there are some literatures and some pictures and all which shows that the big head snakes are venomous, and those with the small heads are non-venomous. But that is not in the case here in Southeast Asia. In the North America, all the venomous snakes are vipers, so their heads are big. So in their case, in those pictures, that case is very true. But here in Southeast Asia, India, etc., our cases is that we have lots of elapid snakes. So elapid snakes are all neurotoxic venom, having neurotoxic venom. So from there we cannot distinguish whether it is venomous or non-venomous. It is very difficult for non-experts to know that to consider whether a snake is venomous or non-venomous.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Varman Sangar. Yeah, that's actually quite insightful because you were right. Most people in North America, that's a very clear difference. Here, it's not so. It's very subtle. There's another question. What is the distribution of Pareas andersoni in?
Here,
I think the
That was
distribution
you.
of Anderson is in Mizoram only. I don't like exactly know the exact distribution of the Pareas andersoni. So it is mainly found the eastern part of the Mizoram, and Myanmar in China also.
In India, Nagaland and Mizoram.
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Yeah,
thanks.
just to have some discussion. This lab headed by Dr. H.T. Lalran Sangha is very active. And as one of them posted, this is a very kind of a gold mine for documenting biodiversity, the entire Northeast. I understand the lab is working on documenting the diversity. I just want to know if there are other components that you have looked in through literature or your observation of the cultural connect, the utility of snakes as food, medicine, or if there's any sort of conflict, any
Actually,
data you want to.
yeah, actually, people have told me that they sometimes they eat snakes, but in particular the field area, the moorland village itself, I don't think so. The people use any kind of medicine using snakes.
Okay, with regard to the previous paper we saw about Anukriti looking into microhabitats and the conflict as such. So how accessible, if at all, anybody is bitten by these venomous snakes, the medical facility available? Is it a traditional medical
Actually, the nearest town is Champai, so it is around 50 kilometers away from the moorland. So actually the road condition is not so good, but it took take around 2 to 3 hours to reach the nearest medical.
Okay. I believe your lab is active in documenting, and I'm sure you're also into creating awareness in differentiating venomous, non-venomous, and also bringing to the notice of authorities
Yeah,
how
definitely.
a clinical lab can be set up to attend to people. Yeah. Good work that's going on
Thank
with the leadership of Dr. H.T. Lalram Sangha. And all of you have made wonderful presentations. Thank you.
thank you so much.
Thanks, Thing. I actually had a quick question because this project is very is large. So you're looking at all opioids in the national park. So what sort of strategy do you use to do the survey?
Uh, Actually, I am doing my survey on small carnivores. So I mostly use camera trapping and direct and indirect mostly the opportunistic sightings in the locals and in the national park.
Okay, a last question actually is why is there such underrepresentation of elaphids? You just found one species.
I just found, yeah, I think for the elevation different and short survey period. Mostly, I think this is mostly, I think, for the higher elevation because the moorland village is situated around 1400 meter itself.
Okay, okay, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you for that interesting talk. I think we can move on. If there's no more other questions, there isn't. We can move on to Yogesh Mahindrakar, who'll
Yes,
speak
sir.
of the ecology of Bengal monitor lizard in a mosaic of grassland patches from Solapur and Osmanabad district in Maharashtra.
Yes, sir. Sir, my screen is. Hello.
Not yet. I can hear you, but your screen is not shared yet.
Okay. Now. Hello.
It must. Okay, I can see it now. Yes, there's some delay, but yeah, it's not full screen yet.
Wait. I'm. Yeah. Now.
There's a bit of delay, so we'll wait for a second or two.
Yeah. It's okay. Hello.
Yes, now it's fine. So there's a slight
Okay.
delay, so maybe if
I'm
you can
starting
move.
now.
Yeah, if you can move through your slides slowly,
My
that
name is
might
Yogesh
help.
Mendrekar. Sorry.
There's a bit
Hello.
of a delay, so if you can move through your slides slowly, that might help.
Okay. Now can you start?
Yes, yes, please start.
Okay. My name is Yogesh Mendrekar. I'm research scholar in Walchand College of Arts Science in Solapur. My research is on ecology of Bengal monitor lizard in mosaic of grassland patches from Solapur and Osmanabad district, Maharashtra. Introduction. Monitored lizards play an important role as top predator in most environments they inhabit. Bengal monitor lizards lays their eggs in burrows and excavated by female if ant hills or termite are not available. Population dynamics of monitor lizard in fragmented ecosystems depends on the interaction among the pattern of rules. And southern tropical pond forest ecosystem in Deccan Peninsular India is mistakenly designated as wasteland, considered as species poor and hence is poorly studied and investigated. Uh,
This is my study site. It's come under uh, grassland ecosystem. I choose three patches: suburban patch, semi-arid grassland, and elevational gradient from different location. My methodology is, this is my methodology. I did 500-meter line transect in 1 month. Uh, three line transects per month, like nine transects per month, and I did my study period is 17 months. This is the pictures I have taken during my survey. Monitor results mostly use termite mounds which are close to mud path and rock piles. This is the poacher destroyed termite mounds, and last one is reporting. These species are found during my survey in grassland patches. Ecology and distribution of monitor lizards. I found abundance of monitor lizard in grassland shows highest abundance as compared to suburban and elevational patches, and they are using as per as grassland is concerned, the monitor lizard has shown significant use of termite mounds compared to suburban patch and elevation site. There is significant variation in the abundance patterns of Bengal monitor lizard during the span of study. The p-value is 0.001. Uh, Another, I found total lizard diversity study plot, 7 families, 13 genera, and 18 species, and specific in suburban patch, grassland food, elevation patch in 9, and abundance of lizard per site is 99, 976 in grassland and elevation 175. Uh, Dominance uh, grassland has highest dominant index, and there is significant variation in the community structure of lizards across three such sites. The graph shows the diversity pattern of the grassland and elevation shows overlapping the compared to urban, and significant difference in residence variation across three study sites. We found significant variation in strategy. Significance of my study that technology based regards significance of lizard chain root and innovation of lizard concept and grassland. Conclusion: grassland patch to positive correlation between grazing related variable and is signified values of grassland in biodiversity.
Okay, thank you, Yogesh. There's a bit of the voice is sort of breaking out. If you can speak closer to the mic. If there are any questions, please unmute and ask your questions, or you can type them in the chat box. Okay, if we'll wait for some questions to come in. Until then, I have one or two questions. You mainly spoke about the Bengalensis, which is the Bengal monitor lizard.
Yes.
Did you find the others, the Flavicens and Salvatore, the yellow monitor and the water monitor lizard?
No, sir. Only here I found Bengal monitor lizard and
Uh,
other 16 species.
Other, you mean non-monitor lizard species, right? All the lizards you
Yeah,
were
yeah.
talking. So it's just completely just Bengalensis. No, this.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. And yeah.
And
Uh,
grassland is most neglected, and in my city, actually, sorry, grassland means it's considered as wasteland, so no one can study.
okay, so there's more abundance in the grasslands.
Yeah. And
Okay.
mostly they are using termites.
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear.
I believe Yogesh, your voice is breaking. We're not able to hear. Right, Santosh sir? Is it a problem at my end?
No, no, no. It's both. He's been disconnected also now. So.
Hello.
Ah, yes.
Sir, my voice is not clear. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Now? Hello.
Yes, yes, Yogesh, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, sir. Ask any question.
Just out of curiosity, what Santosh sir was mentioning of the different species, I think at least 4 of the monitors that are distributed across India, they are now protected. But I just want to know if there is any sort of, this forms a very good delicacy, the Varanus meat. Is there any such case of consumption or other thing? One, two, is there any sort of conflict, kind of attacks on the herbivores? You said it's a grassland, and I am presuming that there should be some kind of herding, the cattle or the goat or others being grazed. So is there any kind of conflict that you observed? And the first part is that being hunted for as a delicacy, though there is protection?
Sir, I not fight. I don't find any attack from monitor lizard. But yeah, I found many people are hunting for meat, and I show one picture. They are mostly they destroy the monitor. Sorry, termite mounts, and they catch monitor lizards, and they they kill them.
Okay, so that's happening, though it's being
Yeah, that's
provided
happening.
all the protection.
And therefore we need to conserve and protection. And nowadays it's a business, like a business. Some peoples are kill the monitor lizards and they sell in hotel, and in hotel we get some monitor lizard meat dishes.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
is believed to help in fertility kind of thing. The Hatha Jodi, they say, no?
Yeah.
The thing being sold. In the same connect, you're saying the threat that prevails. They are more, their nests are vulnerable. Any kind of nesting behavior that you have observed? Any threats to them? If the urban setup is close by, is there any kind of a dog and other encroachment into those areas? Anything on that? Any comments you want to make?
No, I don't observe any kind of that things. But yeah, I saw there many dogs, and stray dogs are nowadays very most problematic animal for wildlife, and dogs are there. But I not observe any kind of uh, means kill by dog and anything. And It's close. It's only 20 to 30 kilometer from my city, and also that habitat is very good for wolves, fox, and as well as Great Indian bustard. Also, we found there. Hello.
Quite interesting. Thank you. Thank you
Yeah.
for the information.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that was the last speaker, right, Dr. Jaishankar?
Yes, sir. I would like to have the concluding remarks by both of you chairpersons, Dr. H.T. Lalran Sangha and Dr. Santosh Jagdishan, if you're summarizing the session.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that was really interesting, a very sort of perspectives on herbs across India, and the kind of research that's going on is really interesting. It's great to see even uh, students being interested in this. And I think, yes, herpetology, there's two things that we really need to deal with in this is, first of all, convincing people of the difference in venomous, non-venomous snakes. Not just that, eliminating the stigma, but also um, to sort of increase the awareness of why we should conserve snakes. Okay, to eliminate the stigma and increase the awareness of why we should conserve snakes. So anyway, this was all very interesting talk. So I thank each one of your speakers for taking the time and participating in this conference. Thank you very much. And over to you, Dr. Lal Mansunga.
Hello. Thank you very much, Dr. Jayasankar, for organizing this fruitful herpetological seminar. And now I'm very happy to see many youngsters are participating and presenting very interesting presentation and their research work. And I hope this will bring out more collaboration work throughout the country. As we know that there are so many things, so many scopes to work on research in this herpetology. So more collaborative work throughout the country will bring more scientific information, knowledge for this is for the mankind actually. How to conserve snakes, amphibians, what is their role, and their importance in the ecosystem also. So some more we can highlight and uh, more research work on molecular is also necessary. Now we are having different hotspots. I should say that there are four biodiversity hotspots in the country. So many of the herpetofauna are not yet explored. So in this thing, we have responsibility to work out and to give awareness and for people, local people, to inspire and encourage them. Which one is, especially for snakes, which one is venomous and which one is non-venomous. And it is also important to teach and giving awareness in the snake bite management also. So I'm very thankful for this opportunity. Uh, Thank you very much, Dr. Jayasankar.
Thank you, sir. I wish to place on record from the organizing committee and the Department of Zoology, St. Joseph's College. Thanks to both Dr. H.T. Lalran Sangha from the Mizoram University and Dr. Santosh Jagdishan, the internal chairperson from the Department of Zoology. Dr. Lalran Sangha, you have an excellent team and wonderful groundbreaking discoveries that are coming out. You are reporting new species to the world. Best wishes in that regard. We would like to hear from you in future. We will try to have such talks. Thank you very much. With that, we move on to the next session. the second session of today's national webinar. Before I announce the chairpersons and the participants who are going to present, I would wish to bring to your notice that the abstract book is ready, and one of the student coordinator, Mr. Rakshat, will be sharing the abstract book. I believe all of you who have registered have received it online over your email that you had entered in the registration form. Now we are in a different mode. Yes, the pandemic is kind of receding, but one thing that it has given as a gift is the online or the virtual meets that are happening all over the world. So that's an advantage that we can easily connect. And it's also saving a lot of paper, I believe. The abstract book is an online copy, the soft copy that is being shared. And with caution, I would like to mention that this is only the draft copy, because to encourage people to send in abstracts, we had extended the last date, and my team of students and myself had worked till 2 o'clock through the early morning, the night of yesterday. So in settling and arranging the abstract book, we admit there could be errors. So this is only the draft copy that is being shared with you all in your email IDs. Please bring to our notice if there is any error. We will rectify in a day or two, send the original copy, which you can use for your documentation purposes. So please treat it as a draft copy, not the final one. Any corrections, please write to us. Thank you. With that, we are moving into the second session. Let me call out the participants. Please tell me if you're in the meet here. The first presenter will be Syed Saklain.
Yeah.
Thank you. Number 2 will be Nalin Akash. Nalin Akash. Is Nalin with us? Okay, Nalin is not here. The second presenter is not here. The third presenter will be Lal Mohan Sangha.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Then that means that's Lal Mohan Sangha will be the second presenter. The third presenter will be Fanai Malsa.
Yes, sir, present.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. And the fourth presenter will be Dr. Samson from our own department. Dr. Samson?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I wish to know if there is any oral presenter who was missed out in the first session is here. That's Mr. Narendra Sahu or Nalina Akash, if they are there, or any other oral presenter who are scheduled for tomorrow are present here and are willing to do it in this session. Can you please unmute and express your view? Okay, I realize there is nobody. Therefore, we have 4 presentations in this session, and we have, like the previous session, 2 wonderful chairpersons. Dr. Sithvi Ramurthy, the HOD Department of Zoology, Jyoti Nivas College, Bengaluru, and also Dr. Viola Mendon's internal chairperson, assistant professor from the Department of Zoology, St. Joseph's College. Dr. Sithvi Ramurthy is an experienced professor. More people in Bangalore circle in zoology would know that. Madam's research is also in a fishery lab, an experienced faculty, and I would like to place on record our gratitude for accepting our invitation to chair the session, ma'am. Also to Dr. Viola Mendon's. Welcome both of you, and over to you both to preside over the second session of today's national webinar on herpetology. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jaishankar.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. And good evening, Sithvi ma'am.
Yeah, good evening, Dr. Viola. Okay, we can begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So shall we call on the first presenter?
Yes, ma'am. It is Mr. Syed Saklain speaking about the diversity and density of herpetofauna in and around St. Joseph's campus.
Good evening, everyone. Ma'am, I will share my PPT now.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Is my screen visible now?
Not yet, not yet.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
You can put it on full screen mode, please, and start off.
Yes, ma'am, I'm trying. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible. You can begin your presentation. You can put it in
Yeah,
slide.
it is visible. At the lowest orange bar that you see, you have a full screen option. Just before the volume, you can put it on the full screen.
Yes,
The
ma'am, I have
lowest
put it
orange
on.
bar.
Yes, ma'am, I've put it on full
Okay,
screen now. Okay.
Okay, it's probably loading. You can start off.
So, hello and good evening, everyone. So, my topic is I had conducted a survey to record density and diversity of herpetofauna in and around SJC campus. So this survey was conducted for 2 days, that is on 15th and 16th of November, from in the evening from 5:30 to 7:30. In addition to this, I had also made observation during the daytime. This was all done under the guidance of Dr. Wilson from the Department of Science, St. Joseph College. So, yeah, these are the results. We found a total of 6 species, of which 79 individuals were recorded. So there were a total of 4 species belonging to the class of reptiles and 2 species belonging to the class of amphibians. So on the first day, 30 individuals of Dattaphrynus melanostictus were recorded. That is the common Indian toad, and whereas only one Hemidactylus parvimaculatus and one Nemaspis mysuriensis were recorded. This is because on the first day there was a heavy downpour of rainfall, and on the second day we recorded only 9 individuals of Dattaphrynus melanostictus, and a total of 26 lizards were recorded on the second day. That included 8 individuals from Hemidactylus parvimaculatus.
Syed Saklain, sorry to interrupt you, but your slide is not changing. It's still in the method slide. So we
Okay,
are not
ma'am.
able to see the results and observation.
Okay, I'll try doing it again.
Yes, it's okay now. Yeah.
Okay, so a total of 26 lizards were recorded on the second day, which included 8 individuals from Hemidactylus parvimaculatus, 4 from Hemidactylus fanatus, 14 of Nemaspis mysuriensis were found. This difference in count could be attributed to the rainfall, as I mentioned on the first day. So I can thereby conclude that on a rainy day, the best time to conduct the census of amphibians is on a rainy day. Here are some observations made. So Dattaphrynus melanostictus, that is the common Indian toad, was the most abundant amphibian found in our college campus. 39 individuals were recorded over the survey of 2 days. So they were predominantly found in the football field and near the father's residence, where there was a lot of vegetation and grass cover. There were also a few of them present on the pavements and near the near the walkways where there were vegetation around. So these uh, these uh, these organisms are nocturnal. They're only observed in the campus after 6:30 in the evening, and they were very sensitive to light, and whenever we shined the torch on them, they hopped and moved, they hopped away. So the reason for their abundance can be due to the because they had no natural predators in the campus, and there was plenty of prey around in the form of mosquitoes, dragonflies, crickets, and other insects. And even the availability of breeding grounds was a factor. It is rainy season, and there are a lot of pools and puddles around, so they are very abundant in the campus. So the next species found was Uprodon banicus, which is also known as Sri Lankan fainted frog. This species wasn't found by me, but it was recorded by Dr. Wilson in the month of September. They are not very common like common Indian toad. They are rare to find. Uh, these species are burrowing species, and they belong to the family of narrow-mouthed frog called Microhyla. So coming to the lizards, Hemidactylus fanatus, also known as common house geckos. We found 6 individuals belonging to this species. So they were found inside the buildings, classrooms, labs, and hallways. So the identification, so you can identify them. They have the color varies from gray to pale brown, and the behavior, they are nocturnal. During the daytime, they were found in hiding places behind the curtains, seeking shelter. Uh, they were also observed near the spider webs where the prey was readily available. So in this picture put up on the top right corner, you can see that Hemidactylus fanatus measuring its prey. This is an Indian owl moth, and this photo was taken by Dr. Wilson.
We are not able to see the next slide. It is still stuck on results and observations. Could you please scroll again?
Yes, ma'am, I'll try.
You can give an enter every time you are moving slide to slide, because all this while we were seeing only your result slide.
Oh, okay, ma'am. I'll try it now. Is it visible now, ma'am?
Please avoid full screen. Just present it like that so you can shift the slides.
If you can come to the full screen option that is there on the lowest orange bar that you see, the icon is there next to the volume. Next to the volume, lower. Next to the volume, to the left. To the left. No. That increases and decreases the size of the slide. The next icon that looks like a TV, no?
This one?
The next one. To the right, to the right, to the right. Come to the right.
Okay.
No, Baba, not that. This volume bar, to the left of the volume bar, you can see an icon. To the left side of the volume bar. Yes, that one. Please press that.
Is it visible now?
It has not come to full screen yet. I think there is some network lag from your side.
I'll try again.
Okay.
There are some difficulties with different operating systems in Microsoft Teams, so you better present it without putting to full screen so that we can see all the slides.
I'm trying. Can you see it now?
Yes, we are on the Hemidactylus frenatus slide.
Okay. Yeah, so I was speaking about the picture on the topmost right corner. So here you can see the Hemidactylus uh, frenatus measuring its prey. This is an Indian owl moth, and this picture was taken by Dr. Wilson in the Department of Ensigns. So here you can see the lizard measuring its prey, and the picture below it is the ventral view of the Hemidactylus frenatus. So you can see the lamellae, and you can see the translucent underside, which is one of the identification marks of Hemidactylus frenatus. So the next species is Hemidactylus parvimaculatus. These species are also very abundant in our college campus, and the difference between this and Hemidactylus is very minute, and you can see the color difference. Like these are usually yellow to brown in color, and they have dark spot or blotches present throughout the dorsal surface on their body, and the tail has a rings of small spines, and they are also their habitat also like so their habitat also are very similar, uh, and in addition to that, these geckos can also be found on trees. They are predominantly found near the dumping sites and debris, and places where there was a lot of debris around. So in our college campus, they were found behind the hostel block. Coming to their behavior, they are also nocturnal, but they were observed to be active during the daytime as well. So coming to this picture, on the left side, you can see this lizard waiting behind this plant called as Euphorbia tyrucali, which is also known as pencil cactus. And the picture on my right side shows the same plant, and there are lots of wandering gliders on it. So I can conclude that.
What Dr. Viola was telling is an option. I believe Lal Mohan Sangha was also giving you ideas. The slides are not moving. One of the option could be you can leave the meet and rejoin. And when you're rejoining, in that square arrow that's in the square box, share the desktop or the screen. Yeah, now it is moving. Yeah, okay. Your Tirukalli is here. Okay, the pencil cactus. Please proceed.
I'll keep it like this only, sir. Like, is it visible?
No problem. Though it is not there, I believe Dr. Viola tried guiding you.
Yeah, it is not happening.
Okay.
Some, yes, sir. Some incompatibility with Teams.
Exactly. That's what we realize. Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I was telling about this lizard in this picture was lying in wait for its prey. So you can, on the right side, you can see many dragonflies on this plant. This lizard was observed hanging around this plant uh, for hours together. We noticed it around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was present here till 7 in the evening. So coming to the next one, this is the next species of lizard found on the campus is Nemasphes mysuriensis, also known as the Mysore day gecko. This is the most abundant species of lizard that was recorded on our college campus. So coming to the habitat, these lizards were predominantly found in the crevices of trees. Uh, uh, so description, coming to the description, these lizards are different from they belong to the genus Nemaspis. They are different in the way like these lizards have round pupils, whereas Hemidactylus have vertical pupil. That's the main difference or the identification mark of Nemaspis. Uh, Coming to the description, the young ones are normally dark brown in color, and they have a bright yellow tail and a white line running down the dorsal surface. So their behavior, these unlike other lizards, these lizards are diurnal and they were found throughout the day. In fact, most of these lizards were recorded during the day itself. So next one is Phasmophilus dorsale, also known as rock agamas. Rock agamas are not found in our campus. They are only recorded once in 2018 by Dr. Wilson and Mr. Abraham from Department of Botany. So these two on my right side are males. They exhibit sexual dimorphism. So you can see the males are bright yellow to orange in color, and they are quite larger than the females. You can see the female on my left hand side, and so yeah, coming to the habitat, these lizards are found on rocky or found in rocky areas like hills and mountains, even in suburban areas near construction sites. So there is no certain we can't tell for sure from where these lizards would have come into our college. Like they're only there in our college for a period of 2 weeks and they left. So in conclusion, I would like to say that SJC campus is fairly diverse with species of local herpetofauna. In total, we found 79 individuals belonging to 6 species of class Reptilia and Amphibia combined, and all the species recorded were found in abundance. This shows that how well the species how well all these species have adapted to our college campus, and the only threat these species faced were from the feral cats and dogs in and around our campus. So that was my presentation. I would like to thank Dr. Wilson from Department of Ensigns who helped me with my survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Syed Saklin. Titvi ma'am, your comments, please.
Yes. Syed Saklin, you have done a good research, okay, on the herpetofauna in and around your own college campus, okay. So we have observed many species of reptiles as well as amphibians. But some of the species like the Psammophilus dorsalis, the peninsula rock agama, was recorded in 2018. And did you find any other, any more specimens of Psammophilus dorsalis? It was recorded in 2018, not recent?
No, ma'am, it was not recent. It was in 2018. Okay. Only two individuals were found.
Okay. And also in your methodology slide, you said that your work, you observed these organisms only 2 days, isn't it? In November, 2 days only you had put. So I'm
Yes, ma'am.
sure if you had extended your study for more time, I'm sure you would have recorded more species of these reptiles and amphibians on the college campus.
Yes, ma'am. True.
Okay, so I think you can even now extend your survey, and you can record the rich biodiversity of your own college campus. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
Dr.
you, ma'am.
Bhavani. Yeah, if you have anything, you can.
Yes, ma'am.
Any
So,
questions?
Sayed, this study was done in 2018, right?
No, ma'am. This was a recent study done in this month itself. 2018. We just recorded the Raka gammas. It was just recorded by Wilson, sir.
Okay, okay. Because the college was sorry, the college was shut for quite some time during the pandemic. So probably it gave a more conducive environment for these reptiles to, actually stay, because usually because of human interferences, there's a decline in number, and the college being shut for more than 1.5 year was definitely a better, a scope for them to flourish. So if do you have any information about the diversity beforehand? Was the study done by any other student for their term papers, or something like that? Any leads from Dr. Wilson?
No, ma'am. Actually, sir said that I was the first one recording the herpetofauna in and around the campus. And to add to your point on lockdowns, this species of Sri Lankan painted frog was recorded during the lockdown itself by Wilson, sir.
Okay, okay, quite appreciated. Thank you, Syed Saklin and Wilson sir, for the work. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, there are a few in the chat box. Were there any other research sources done apart from the college site? Anything other than the college site? Or
Ma'am,
was this completely from college?
we went around the campus as well, like near the South Indian Bank. We went to the PG block as well, but PG block was quite. We didn't find any organism, any species of herpetofauna in that area.
Okay, surprising, despite the greenery there.
Yes, ma'am. It was shocking to us as well, but I think it's because of there were many cats in the campus, so I think that must be a thing. And the thing is, there was a lot of uh, bottles, plastic waste, and all over there. And the campus is small and it is next to the road as well, so there is a lot of noise going on in that campus. So these were a few observations that I made.
Okay, thank you, Saklin.
Thank you.
We shall now move on to the next speaker. Calling out for Nalinaksh once again. If not, we will move to the next speaker. Okay, since Nalinaksh and the team is not here, we will move on to the next speaker. Is R. Kanjiansensis, junior synonym of R. Manipurensis by Lal Mohan Sangha.
Good.
The screen has been shared. You may start the presentation.
Is my screen visible? Is it changing?
Yes, sir. It is visible. We can see the first slide.
Can you see the second slide now?
No, not yet. Just the first slide in full screen mode is visible.
Yeah, Dr. Viol, I think it's moving.
Okay, sir. Then probably the lag on my side. Please continue.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lal Monsanga, and I am a PhD scholar in the Developmental Biology and Herpetology Laboratory Department of Zoology, Mizoram University. Today, I will be presenting this presentation on is Rorchestis congoenensis, a junior synonym of Rorchestis manipurensis. The genus Rorgestis belongs to a family of Rhacophoridae and extends its distribution from southwestern India through northeast India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, southern China, and into Laos, Vietnam, and peninsular Malaysia. This was mainly based on Frost 2021, amphibian species of the world. Many species in the genus are cryptic, meaning they are morphologically difficult to distinguish from congenius, resulting in them remaining undescribed. Rorgestis manipurensis, early known as Philautas manipurensis, was described from Churachandpur, Manipur, based on a single individual by Matthew and Sen from ZSI, and later from Riboy district, it was reported by Mr. Bhaskar Saikia. It was also reported from Mizoram now. Arcongonensis was described from Yunnan province in China by Yu et al. 2019, based mainly on molecular data generated. I have to expand on this point because I put on molecular data generated, mainly on molecular data generated because at this time, in 2029, Yu et al. Doesn't compare any of his Arcongonensis specimens with R. manipurensis. Lerondung et al. Reported Arcongonensis from Mizoram, comparing sequence data of Yu et al. 2019. Materials and methods. Survey were conducted in various parts of Mizoram state employing visual encounter survey and acoustic encounter survey system. This survey was conducted for almost more than 15 years. Collection was done around more than 15 years. We observed and collected specimens of Rorgestis from Mizoram and Manipur. These specimens were collected with the permission from the Principal Chief Wildlife Warden of Mizoram and the Chief Wildlife Warden of Manipur. Specimens were identified using Al-Razi et al., Hakim et al. At the Laboratory of Developmental Biology and Herpetology, the Department of Zoology, MZU. Taxonomic nomenclature follows Frost 2021. Specimens were preserved in 70% ethanol and liver tissues were extracted for genetic analysis using QIMP Dynasty liver and blood tissue kit. Voucher specimens were deposited with catalog numbers in the Departmental Museum of Zoology, MZMU, for further studies. The distribution map was created using an open online QGIS software, and the coordinates were taken with Garmin Montana 650. This was the holotype specimen of Matthew and Sen, which is collected at 2009 from Churachandpur district. This material was examined by me last year. And I also thank Dr. Bhaskar Saikia from Shillong ZSI who allowed me to examine this specimen. These were the frogs collected from Silam, and the other slides also show the frogs collected from Manipur as well. All the frogs were not collected. Some of them were released again. Only few of them were collected for molecular analysis as well as morphological data. These are, as we know, these Rorgestis are complex species. They occur in symmetry with the Rorgestis rezakhani, and the distribution map is visible here on the left, on the right side. The green triangle shows the holotype of R. manipurensis. The red dots show the locality of R. manipurensis. Results confirmation on the identity of the species. The collected specimens were identified as Rorgestis manipurensis and Rorgestis rezakhani. As I said, they are sympatric species. They occur both at the same area. During the course of study, a total of 29 manipurensis and 30 rezakhani specimens were collected, which were morphologically identified based on taxonomic characters and molecular analysis. These are the morphometric measurements of the specimens of R. manipurensis. The table showing the range in morphometric measurements of R. manipurensis. This is a picture of R. rezakhani. And next slide, I will show show the different polymorphs of R. manipurensis. Type 1. This type is this first type is we keep it as type 1. The dorsal color is uniform. It is uniform in color. Type 2. This type the dorsal of this frog is uniform in color but with an in orbital space color of white. Here we have type 3 polymorphs. here our specimen here in our specimen we have a dorsal identification which is like an H shape, and here I put the this is I put this wrong. It is an R congonensis holotype. As you can see, this is not R manipulensis holotype, it's R congonensis holotype. And in their description of R congonensis, they also mentioned that there is an H shape just like this on the specimen, and the interorbital space is also black in color here as well. These two photographs were taken. The light one was taken during the day, and the black one was taken during the night. These were of the same specimen. Type 4, 5, and 6. Type 4 specimens is one having a dorsal rectangular band of black color, and the type 5 has the dorsolateral black marking, and interorbital space is also black. Here we in type 6 we also find a mid dorsal line along with a dorsal line on the hind limbs. Here in type 7 and type 8, we find that this one has the same mid dorsal line, but the difference is that this has a black patches on its dorsum, and this is without the black patches, and having an interorbital space color with white. Molecular analysis. The newly generated partial 16S rRNA gene nucleotide sequence of R. manipulensis and R. rezacani were deposited to GenBank, and accession number were obtained. For analysis, we include 18 nucleotide sequences of the present study, 21 sequence of congener species retrieved from GenBank, and one outgroup sequence were used, which was Deuterfinus melanocyctas. A total of 39 nucleotide sequences were aligned by muscle. Both ends were trimmed to minimize gaps penalty, and final dataset contained 513 positions, and the nucleotide distance was determined. Based on the lowest BIC score, the general time reversible GTR model was considered the best model for the phylogenetic tree. Phylogenetic tree was constructed using Mr. Bayes. From the estimated K2P distances, we diagnosed that R. manipulensis was found nearest to R. congonensis with 0.2 genetic distance from Yunnan, China, and R. rezacani was found to be close to R. rezacani from Bangladesh with genetic distance of 0.00%. However, intraspecific genetic variation was detected among the study sample. R. manipulensis shows an intraspecific genetic variation of 0.00 to 0.04. Here is the K2P distance. The reason why we are so confident that this Rorchestis congonensis is the junior synonym to manipulensis is that when we look at this line, these two lines here, the genetic distance between manipulensis and congonensis is 0.002 and 0.006, which means 0.2% and 0.2 to 0.6% only. Here is the table. From this table, there are two sequences of Rorchestis longitudinensis here, but this is suggested to be a mistake submission, an error in submission, because Rorchestis longitudinensis is located here on the top. If you can see, just above Rorchestis rezacani. So next, the different polymorphs were the sequence, and this is the result. Though we don't have the though we don't put the photograph of R. congonensis, it actually matches the picture which I pointed here in the in this phylogenetic tree. Conclusion. Although both species of Rorchestis studied show similar traits due to the cryptic nature of the genus, R. manipulensis and its sympatric species R. rezacani can be distinguished by the presence of rudimentary webbing on fingers and inner metatarsal tubercles present on R. manipulensis and absence of webbing in fingers and inner metatarsal tubercles in R. rezacani. So we can distinguish these two by the presence of inner metatarsal tubercle in R. manipurensis. The individuals of R. manipurensis in this study were reported not only from one but several districts, which suggests a wide distribution even throughout Mizoram. The species of R. manipurensis also showed much more variation in polymorphism, with the presence of white and yellowish bands, mid-dorsal lines, specks on body, and overall variation of body color among individuals. R. rezacani showed variations in body color from dark brown to a grayish brown, and with black bands on the body. K2P distance between R. manipurensis and R. congoensis was only about 0.2 to 0.6 from the above given phylogenetic tree and the K2P distance. There was no molecular data available at the time of description of R. manipurensis from Churachandpur, Manipur by Matthew. This was retrieved last year. We went to Manipur to collect the specimen from the type locality, and we sequenced this also. Since Rhaorchestis is a genus of cryptic species, it is difficult to differentiate based on morphological characters. You et al. Describe the species mainly based on molecular analysis, and also they do not compare morphological data with Rhaorchestis manipurensis, which was described by Matthew and Sen in 2009. After extensive molecular analysis conducted within Mizoram and Manipur state on this species, it was found that the two species were similar. Therefore, we strongly consider that recently described species Archangoensis U et al. 2019 as a junior synonym of R. manipurensis Matthew and Sen 2009, and should be delisted from the amphibian fauna of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Lal Mohan Sangha. Seetvi ma'am, your comments, please.
Lal Mohan Sangha,
Yes.
you have done extensive molecular phylogenetic analysis, and you have tried to find out a close relationship between the two species of Rhaorchestis, isn't it?
Yes.
I had only one question. In your last slide, in the conclusion slide, you had shown about the rudimentary web, isn't it, of one particular
Yes.
species? Yes.
Yeah.
Could you tell me why you think the web of that particular species is not very well developed, or it has become rudimentary?
This species, this can be a cause to some evolutionary changes which is going on. These species are usually found on shrubs, and they are usually collected using acoustic encounter system, because their calls are like a water droplet sound. So when we collect these species, they can climb on twigs, and they have a well developed web on the toes so that they can stick on leaves, but there might be a need where they stop using those web on the forelimbs. So this particular trait is not being studied in this work, ma'am. Only the differences, and this rudimentary web is the differentiation between R. manipurensis and R. rezacani, the true sympatric species found in Mizoram, ma'am, not Congoensis.
Okay. Thank you. I have just one more question. Out of curiosity, how many species of this particular frog has been recorded? I'm sure you would have gone through literature. So many species of this frog, would have been recorded. Like only you have mentioned like Manipurensis, Canguinensis, okay, Resakani. I'm sure there are more species. So approximately.
Yes, ma'am. There are quite a number of Rhaorchestis species reported. Actually, in Mizoram, there is a report of R. rezacani and R. Congoensis, but which was declined. But from Shillong and all, there are species like Rhaorchestis shillongensis. and we cannot totally confirm because see in here in my slides I added many polymorphism. See if
Yes,
you
yeah,
see the
yeah,
slides.
yeah.
Earlier workers have to be revised, so we cannot be sure. We need to resolve this, and extensive work is going on this. See that before molecular analysis was not done on these specimens. From our study, we found out in this tree. You can check these species all are
Yeah.
new species were described due to polymorphism before, but now see all the Manipurensis has different color and variations, but before they were
Correct.
described on the morphological basis only, on coloration, etc. So extensive work is needed to be done, and I also invite researchers
Yes.
to work on raw testis. But the only problem is these species are cryptic species and very hard to work on. Plus, they blend well, and their size is they are a small size bush frog, the size of a fingernail. So they are very hard to collect also. So this work will go on until we resolve this. Ma'am, we promise that.
Okay. Okay. There is a question from the participant. Can you brief me more about these species, whether they are found in groups? One of the participant wants to know whether these species of frogs are found in groups.
Yeah, these species, the two species I was mentioning, the sympatric species, they were found, from my study, I found that they were present sympatric, which means they live in groups, they live in groups, and in their breeding season, they come together. Their call is also colliding, ma'am. One call, Manipurensis call, is having a shorter. It takes shorter time for one call, but in Manipurensis it takes longer time to call. So here, since they occur as sympatric in one microbitate, there is also a problem in differentiation in the fields also.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Another participant asks, what is the distribution of Rheochestus resacani at present?
Rheochestus resacani is present in Bangladesh, in Mizoram, Manipur, and excessively Myanmar also.
Okay, thank you. Dr.
There is
Viola?
one more question. Yes, ma'am. There is one more question from
Yeah,
Dr.
I got it.
Santosh.
Yeah, yes.
Kimura suggests there is substantial polymorphism. It would indicate populations are diverging. Is there niche differentiation or isolation of some form, naturally or sexually?
No, ma'am. There is no differentiation in those niche differentiation. And sexually also there is no differentiation. This polymorphism is found in both sexes. Plus, there is no niche separation, also segregation. They are collected in at the same place and same time.
Okay, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. As ma'am said, it was quite an in-depth study. We thank you and your team for this. We have the next presentation, the survey on the aneurin diversity in and around the Reek Community Reserved Forests, Mamit District, Mizoram, India by Fanai.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lanwan Sangha can please unshare. Fanai, you can now share screen.
Hello, ma'am. Is my slide visible?
Yes, your slide is visible. There is some echoing on the other side. If you have two devices logged into Teams, you can please log out from one device. If you're using a laptop and phone, probably it will echo too much. You can switch off or log out on one device and please continue. Are you with us, Fanai? It seems to have frozen.
Ma'am, we will continue from this. So we'll share again.
Yes, yes.
Is this, wait, this is not the one. Where is the presentation? So much presentation. Ma'am, we have a technical problem. So if you can really.
Okay, would you want some time? Shall we ask the next speaker if they are ready? Dr. Jaishankar, can we ask Dr. Samson?
Please. Yes, proceed, Dr.
Okay, Dr. Samson,
Yes, ma'am.
you can start off with the presentation. They are having some technical issue. They will follow after this.
Okay, ma'am, that's fine.
Okay,
Now I'll
so,
try to share my screen now.
Yes, sir. So we have Dr. Samson presenting the ultrastructural changes in the sexual segment of the kidney of the lizard Eutropis carinata. Over to you, sir.
Just a minute, I'm trying to share my screen.
Yes, sir, sure.
Oh, there's a problem here. I couldn't share the screen.
It's been made the presenter, right, sir?
Madam?
Everybody has access, actually.
Okay.
Okay. Screen share, yes.
You can come to the Windows option and then minimize the team screen if you're on Edge.
Okay, just a minute, madam.
Yeah, because the team screen will be visible to you. You can click on that, select it, say display, and then minimize the screen so that your PPT will be visible.
Okay, is my PPT visible, madam, now?
Sir, at least not for me. If there's a lag on my side, I don't know.
No,
it is not visible, Samson. It's not visible.
Yeah. Is it visible now, madam?
Yes, sir. It is visible now. You will have to minimize the Teams window.
Yeah, I have minimized it. Can you see my screen now?
I'm not able to yet. I can still see the Teams window. It's probably loading.
Is this fine now?
Not yet. Dr. Sampson, you have to open the PPT.
Yeah, I have opened the PPT, sir, and I've minimized it also. Minimize the team screen.
Oh, because when you share, I believe that sharing option goes with the Teams. When you click the sharing option, was it the desktop?
Yeah, yeah.
You can stop sharing and share the entire desktop and then locate where the PowerPoint is, or you can always keep the PowerPoint open. After sharing the desktop, click on the PowerPoint that you have kept, and that opens up.
This should happen, but can you see that now?
Yes,
is
sir.
my screen visible now? Okay.
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay. So good evening. My topic is ultrastructural changes in the sexual segment of the kidney of a lizard called Eutropis carinata, which simply means the skink. At the outset, I would like to tell that this presentation is almost all about the cytological changes that happens in the cells of the nephron in a kidney of a lizard called Eutropis carinata. So I should always say that this sexual kidney topic is actually quite new to most of the herpetologists, and it's quite rare in the field also. So I would like to give you the background. As you can see here, what you're seeing here is the structure of a nephron, of course, a highly diagrammatic view. And we know that nephron is the functional unit of a kidney, and it has various tubules. Viola, ma'am, can you please confirm that my slide is visible?
Yes, sir, the slide is visible.
Okay, madam, thank you. So what we see here is the nephron of the kidney belonging to a snake, actually a sea snake. So the common understanding is that nephron starts with the bulbous structure called glomerulus, where the blood enters through a network of capillaries. And then what we see is a series of tubules. The first zone is proximal convoluted tubule, followed by the loop of Hendel, and then followed by distal convoluted tubule, and then the collecting ducts. And what happens here in the nephrons is the sequential absorptions, resorptions of various proteins, salts, and of course minerals too. So my point here is we know that the kidney's primary function is to make urine and also to maintain the salt balance in the body. And apart from that, it does multitude of functions. For example, it produces a compound called erythropoietin, which is very, very essential for the production of RBCs. But well, when it comes to squamate reptiles, this is what the change here is. The kidney gains a reputation as sexual kidney. Now that's very interesting. Now what makes the reputation, what gives that reputation is that the nephrons in these squamate reptiles are producing certain biochemical compounds which play a very important role in the sustenance of sperm and nourishing the sperm. So it is very, very central to the biology of reproduction. And that's what I would like to explain in this presentation. So squamate reptiles, as we know that it is the largest order in reptiles, comprising more than 10,000 species of both lizards as well as snakes. And there are many, many fascinating features, out of which their kidney is also very special. Now, the lizard that I'm talking about is this skink. This is Eutropis carinata, very, very common in India. And this is the, the taxonomic status of the lizard. And please notice the word here, the order, it belongs to the order Squamata. And these are winter breeders, actually. They breed, their breeding season is basically from October, November, and December. This particular picture gives you an overview of the reproductive cycle of this particular lizard. So the reproductive cycle can be broadly classified into four zones, actually, 4 time periods in a year. Let's start with the regenerative period, but since it's a cycle, there is no actual start or end point. That's the logic here. So if we could consider the starting point as a regenerative period, this is August and September. Now this is called regenerative period. This is where the testis becomes very active. It develops all the characters, traits essential for reproduction. And breeding actually occurs during the months of October, November, and December, peak winter breeders. And soon after breeding, the next phase of the reproductive cycle is post-breeding phase that happens from that continues from January through March. And then there is a long period of non-breeding phase, or we simply term it as regressed phase. So regressed in context with the biochemical events that happens in the testes as well as in the kidney. I'll talk about the functions a little later, so I'll just quickly come back to this material method slides. So this particular presentation, I concentrate mainly on electron microscopy. Of course, we did a lot of biochemical tests also. The electron microscopy procedures that I followed are very standard procedures. So I would like to just draw your attention on the key factors here. The fixative used is glyceraldehyde, which is 1%, then osmium tetroxide, and then we prepared all the blocks, propylene oxide blocks. And then, of course, this is a 3-day-long process. Priming the tissue takes a lot of time. It's a very complex process, very tedious too. And then once we have this N blocks in our hand, then we took ultra-thin sections. And then we analyzed this, especially in the Technite G2 kind of electron microscope with 60 kilovolts of accelerating voltage. And I'm happy to say that I did this work here in NIMHANS, that's here in Bangalore. Now let's quickly get into the results. And what are these observations? Now, of course, a bit of cytological background is essential to understand, but I would like to draw your attention only on the diagnostic features so that it gives you a crisp of the information that I'm trying to share. Now, what you're going to see here in this table is the section of that nephron and what is really happening inside. Now, this A portion, what you see here is this A portion, what you see here is that these nephrons are now beginning to increase in size. There's a technical term for it called hypertrophy. Hypertrophy is increase in size, and various type of granules are formed. Now, as these regenerative phase continues, what we could understand, by the way, this is a light microscopic view, and the section is stained with toluidine blue. It's not hematoxylin or classic eosin staining. This is toluidine blue staining. And during this, the next phase, that's during the breeding season, you can appreciate the significant difference here. The cytoplasm is loaded with a lot of sexual granules. The reason why these granules are called sexual granules is because they have reproductive relevance. I'll touch that point a little later. And then, so these two pictures belong to the breeding season. And in the post-breeding season, all that hypertrophy disappears very slowly. And, the sexual granules disappears. The lumen basically contains mucoid substances. And then during this non-breeding seasons, you can't even distinguish these portions of nephrons. They become highly indistinct with the other portions of the nephron. So total dramatic changes that we can see throughout this breeding phase. Now, this led us to examine the tissue from the ultrastructural level, and what we could understand is the changes, the microstructural changes that happens here is truly dramatic. Now, for example, the picture that you're seeing here is the nephron, the cells of the nephron, the cells of the sexual segment. As I told you, it's not the whole part of nephron that becomes sexual segment. It's only a selected portion of nephron that becomes highly hypertrophic, and they start secreting their secretions. The cells become highly secretory in nature. So this is the section taken during the month of August. So this is a regenerative phase. As you can see, that the whole length of the cell from the basal lamina to the lumen here. This is roughly a conical shaped cell, and you have this centrally positioned nucleus, but you don't get to see much of the granules being formed here because this is just the start of the regenerative phase. But as we go a little bit further during this regenerative phase, so here you can see the formation of granules. This is where the core of my talk lies. So what we could see is there is different forms, different types of granules being manufactured. So right from the regenerative phase, the first type of granule that comes here is slightly electron-lucent. And that's why we just want to name it as type 1 granules, since there are many types of granules. We named it as type 1 granules. As you can see, they are very scarce in the cytoplasm. And otherwise, the cytoplasm is mainly filled with mucoid substances, empty vacuoles, and we have a little bit of mitochondria here also. But now, as the stage proceeds further, you can see that this is a beautiful picture where you can see the Golgi vesicles is being formed and how these type 1 granules are now beginning to organize themselves. So this is very much exemplified here in this picture. And all these are type 1 granules. It's membrane bound. Okay, and they are slightly electron translucent. And as you can see, apart from these granules, I'm not going to stress much upon this because this demands a bit of background information. But all these streaks that you see here is intracellular canaliculi, which actually signifies that the cell is still growing in its size and it is ready to become fully hypertrophied. Now, what happens in the breeding phase? Now, the whole drama culminates here. Now, what you can see here is a lumen, and these are beautifully arranged microvilli. And the lumen is filled with the mucoid substances here, these white substances that you see. But as you can see here, if you could carefully observe, well, it requires a bit of training, but then you can at least make out these plasma